Thank you so much again for being here. My name is Kelly Close, and just want to extend my huge appreciation for joining me on what is a really special day. After having had diabetes for almost 35 years, I often do get asked to offer what is a patient perspective. Can you give us the patient perspective? And I know there are a lot of other people with diabetes out there. This probably happens to you too. You know, you kind of pause when that happens. We all know we have in common a diagnosis, and kind of beyond that, there's no single patient perspective. I can share what is my own experience and what has been a really fortunate experience in so many ways. In a similar vein, there's no single journey for a woman in healthcare or any other field, any other part of the ecosystem. Each journey is its own story. And I know that, and I see that. I get to watch so many of you so much of the time. And I also do know that I don't get to speak for you all here today, but I do know that there's a really rich web of stories among senior and emerging women leaders in and around diabetes. I hope to share some of my story with you, and I hope that a web of stories comes where we get to be with each other in community. That is such a privilege. So as some of you may know, I founded Close Concerns, and I co-founded the DiaTribe Foundation and DQ&A to make people smarter about diabetes and to really try to improve the systems and outcomes of patients everywhere. So at our family of organizations, we're now able to reach 10,000 leaders and their teams working in diabetes every day, and nearly 250,000 patients every week at DiaTribe. And we engage with key thought leaders across the globe every single day virtually. We are really trying to simultaneously support future leaders in our field through our amazing associate program, and you're going to get to meet some of the people on our team today at Close Concerns. And when I said I've gotten to work with the most amazing people around, I know that many of you know what I mean, because you support Close Concerns and you read Closer Look, and thank you for that. Thank you for helping us create community among you. When I look back kind of at all that we have built since 2002, I'm really most grateful that we've been able to connect with so many people, including brilliant women like you. I've cultivated friendships and partnerships with leaders and teams throughout the field. Many of you are here with us today or have expressed support for what we're just starting to build today. This is a pre-launch, so we've kept it pretty small and intimate, and I just couldn't be more grateful that you're here. I know I've discovered how much strength I find in community, and it's this family connectedness that I really truly hope to grow and to share with all of you. And it's unfortunate that community isn't always easy to find, especially in work like ours. We're part of a field that particularly lacks diverse leadership. Only 24% of Fortune 500 healthcare company board directors are women, making healthcare the lowest performing industry in this regard. Even worse, only 2.5% of these directors are women of color. Women represent 65% of the healthcare workforce, and yet only 13% of the CEOs. These numbers across healthcare are disappointing. I pause when I say that. There have been some moments of light, and I know we can all think of some of them. One of them, of course, was when Tracy came on to lead ADA, and I'll talk about more about that in a second. That was a really bright point for us. And there were some other ones, but there's not very many women CEOs. There's not very many board of directors, and there are not even enough women who are on private boards, foundation boards, and that is a piece of what we would like to be able to influence and change, help influence and change. Sadly, just that women director point, it's not so much better than when we look at, diabetes companies in particular. in the past few years, it's not been static. We've made some growth, and Close Concerns actually started writing about women directors in diabetes companies in 2016. And I really enjoyed, actually, after being shocked that there were some companies that had zero, I really enjoyed engaging in discussion how that was going to change. And obviously that wasn't just Close Concerns influence, but I think doing the math and getting the data was helpful. And, so in the past few years, we've seen a little bit of growth, female board members making up about 22% of all publicly traded diabetes companies. And we do define that pretty broadly. But, in 2016, it was 16%. Seeing a little bit of that change has been good, and being able to talk about what things are like in Northern Europe, what things are like in California, where there are actually laws around this. We want to see more. Of course, not all diabetes companies are lagging thus far behind. Some diabetes organizations are real leaders here, but most are lagging. And as a community, we really have got to be thoughtful about how all of us are creating some change here, are working to create and strengthen more of a pipeline to leadership positions in and around the diabetes world throughout healthcare. And this is obviously some of this, a lot of it can happen at big corporations, a lot of it can happen at small public companies, and it can also happen at private companies. It can also happen in hospitals, in and around nonprofit. Obviously, all of the leadership that I'm talking about is equally important in government when we think about all of the ecosystem and how multi-sectoral this really is. I just love the idea of us getting way better at that piece. And I think in pretty much virtually every way, our world is desperate for change, as we're seeing, and many of you experiencing tragedies on an immense scale. COVID-19, economic crisis, racial inequity. Intertwined with all of this is diabetes, prediabetes, obesity, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease. 1 in 4 people with diabetes are rationing their medicine and supplies. The rate of unemployment for people with diabetes was 18% as of a few weeks ago, according to really incredibly well-studied data by DQ&A. That was in comparison to, at that moment, the national average was just a little bit under 12%. The list of challenges and the catalog of heartbreak really go on. And we've got to recognize we're at a historic moment. That gives us an opportunity to champion for more diverse leadership. It was amazing. Last night, the Diatribe Foundation had an incredible discussion on health equity. The Chief Health Equity Officer from United Health, Michael Curry, was one of our speakers, along with Conrad Kelly, who has a very senior position in social determinants of health at Merck. And one of the things that Michael was talking about was about when all the ramps went in, when that became part of law, and really the whole disability world made that happen, it got so much better in so many different ways. This was triumphant in a bunch of different ways, and it was very helpful in some more quiet ways. But that is what making diversity, this, of course, we hear all the time that it's better on any scale, any element that you can imagine. But I want us to think of it like that, I think right now, maybe we're all still seeing in and around us that we have to convince people about that point, about diversity. And I can't wait till it's at the point where it's just a totally natural thing. We heard also last night from this amazing woman called Lily Gil Valletta, and she was talking a lot about how it's not about cultural competency, it's just about cultural intelligence, just all of these things. This should be taught like math, as one of my daughter's teachers always says. cultural competency, that should be like math. And I know that there are so many pieces around this that we can learn together. And I'm at the beginning of that. Many of you are far ahead of me, but this is a journey for all of us. We would say, now more than ever, this is a time to come together and to rise to challenges, to uplift and to promote and to create more opportunities for those that are rising women leaders in our field. And this is exactly what we want to do with WILD, starting today. WILD is a network intended to elevate and advance senior and emerging leaders, women leaders like you who are working in diabetes and working with your teams. Women's networks have really been shown to enhance women's careers, boost employee retention, improve physical and emotional well-being, and to invest in our women leaders in these ways. And it is investment. And you're going to hear something about a couple of companies who have helped us start doing that at Close Concerns, but it is an investment. And we really, are just at this moment thrilled just to share with you the beginnings. This is very pre-launch because we want to hear from all of you about what you would like to see with something like this after getting a taste today. So we've designed this network with each of you in mind, and we'll really continue to evolve our programming based on what you seek and what we hear from you. We celebrate that each one of you is here to carve out your unique path. And you might be here to build your skills. You might be here for knowledge and connections to enhance your leadership, or perhaps learn more to the end of getting a private or public company board seat if you don't have one. You may be here mostly for your teams. You may have what you need. You may be here to be in community with other women, and you may want to elevate other women leaders and strengthen the diabetes ecosystem as a whole. You also might be here to work out how allies are created and what are all the ways we can say thank you, express gratitude, and ask for more. Whatever your goals are, I'm confident that you will find inspiration and support in our WILD initiative. We know that your skills, commitment, and vision will improve the system and outcomes for patients everywhere. There's never been a moment in diabetes like there is now. The things that can be improved are enormous. I now talk about kidney health, heart health, and emotional well-being more than we used to talk about cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, dialysis. There's so much to be done for people with diabetes. Half of us don't even get our eyes tested on time. That's addressable. The percentage of people who have kidney disease and don't have to have it is huge. No one with diabetes needs to get to the point starting today that they need dialysis. No one should ever go to the hospital again for severe hypoglycemia if they have diabetes. You all have done the hardest part of the work, the science and the technology, distilling the data. Those are at such exciting points. For us to do all of the work around prevention and behavior and systems and stigma and social norms and public attitudes, and importantly, figuring out much more about how to use data and technology to help lead to the right outcomes, that is just some of the really exciting work that we all have to do together. Whatever is going to pull you in, you can see how many improvements are possible at a population level. Today is just a sampling of what we hope to share with you over the next year. As you shape your own journey, our keynote speakers will offer their stories. Tracy, Nancy, and Sahar all have lessons on how they have navigated through challenges and worked to reach the peak of their fields. They will share their expertise as women leaders and also encourage you to reflect on your own experiences. During today's preview, you also have the chance to engage in a fireside chat that demystifies board governance. This is amazing. For some of you, this might be totally new. Some of you already know a lot about it, and all of us can think about how to improve those numbers and make the impact of women even bigger in diabetes in the most meaningful board positions. Later in networking sessions, you'll connect with other women at our Wild preview. Most important, you have the choice to take part in whatever keynotes, workshops, and networking sessions most interest you. And we completely understand that there are a lot of different things going on. We get that. And I know that you'll want to be here as much as you can. And that if you can't be here for all of it, it's no problem because you'll be able to listen to our recordings. There's so many that I want to acknowledge for making Wild possible. I'd first like to thank our founding sponsors, Abbott Diabetes Care and Novo Nordisk, and how these companies have thought about leadership for women and partnered with Close Concerns is incredible. And I must also give a huge thank you to our amazing new EVP of Wild, Lori Bamberger. You're going to get to talk to her today. She's an absolute guru in network building. And our associate, Kira Wang, who is about 3 months out of Duke and is in the midst of applying to medical school. The two of them, without whom none of this would be possible, and the rest of our team at Close Concerns who pitched in, you'll meet them later today. They deserve huge thanks. And last, of course, I must thank all of you. I'm truly in awe of the community that has gathered here today. We've registered 100 directors, vice presidents, women in the C-suite, and other senior executives, leaders in policymaking, government, and foundations. Each of you is an inspiring leader. Your work is improving and saving people's lives. So much about improving short and long-term outcomes, productivity. You are working on and making things happen, and I'm so grateful to you for all of your efforts. Through Wild, we are advancing women's leadership in diabetes. Thank you for joining me in taking this first step. With that, I'm honored to introduce you all to one woman who truly exemplifies all of the qualities of a fearless woman leader, the CEO of the American Diabetes Association, Tracy Brown. Tracy has been thriving while living with type 2 diabetes for over 15 years. She started out her professional career earning an MBA from Columbia and a Bachelor of Chemical Engineering from University of Delaware. Since then, her ascent has been like this, and so we are just so grateful that she is here. She went from managing hundreds of thousands of people down to hundreds at the ADA because she really believed in the difference that she could make. That was after having some amazing senior leadership roles, including at American Express, Procter & Gamble, and ExxonMobil. She's been the director of worldwide consumer marketing at Advanced Micro Devices, the COO for Direct Impact, the CEO and managing director of RAP Dallas, and SVP of operations and chief experience officer at Sam's Club. With 25 years of experience in business, Tracy joined the ADA's National Board of Directors in 2018. She is now the very first CEO in the organization's 80-year history that is living with type 2 diabetes. How lucky are we to have such an amazing patient leader? Tracy's passion and commitment to stopping the diabetes epidemic is more than inspiring. She's willing to roll up her sleeves. She shows everyone how to roll up their sleeves and really shape the world of diabetes. And you can see this every weekend. You can actually see it every day, but I love especially watching her on weekends on social media. You know, she's all over it, doing multiple bike rides, walks, any other event that the ADA has planned. There's no, I can't do that mentality with Tracy. She's fully dedicated to creating a community, being in community with an increasingly diverse group of patients. And now we're so lucky to have her become part of the Wild community. So note that Katie Spade, who's one of our founding advisory committee members, and she's got a super big job at Abbott, DVP of US Commercial Operations. She is going to come on and she's going to do the moderating of the Q&A. So I hope you're already thinking about your questions. That'll be at the end of Tracy's presentation. So please get those out. And thank you so much to Katie for thinking through what are the best parts of, she's known Tracy for a really long time and they have an amazing relationship from what I have seen. She knows her really well. And so it's cool that you're going to get to see Katie as an amazing leader a little bit today as well. And, you know, also congrats to them on Libre 2 approval. It is amazing to see all of you who are not only working in CGM, but who are taking advantage of CGM and all, it's really cool to see how all of the progress is really lifting the tide. So Tracy, thank you so much for being here, for all of the incredible work you do, for your amazing ability to push us. Hashtag Connected for Life. I'll hand it over to you now.
Awesome. Kelly, thank you so very much. I'm so thrilled to be a part of this wild event and thrilled to be a part of this community. I'm gonna share my screen quickly and hope that I can get this on presentation mode and doing all the right things. Okay, are we good? We can see that? Fantastic. Yep. Again, Kelly, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm honored and humbled to be here. I'm gonna just jump straight into it here. And I think you guys can see from this photo, I love life, all that it brings, all that it is. And I love being connected. I think being aware of our past and present and connecting to those who have influenced the past and the present is imperative to building a better future. And so today I wanted to just spend a little bit of time talking about the individuals, the moments, the connections that have influenced and shaped my leadership journey. And one of the key questions I want everybody to think about during our time is, you know, how we will continue to lead, to engage, to act, to influence change in order to have an even more positive imprint on this world. And so let me start with some connections. Connection one here. The ADA is an organization representing people with diabetes. We should have someone with diabetes represent the organization. Connection two, people of color are more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. We should have a person of color lead the organization. Connection three, women have certain leadership qualities that improve outcomes. Women should have, so we should have a woman lead the organization. Those connections led to me being the first Black female Type 2 CEO in the 80-year history of the organization. Connections. I'm grateful. I'm so grateful for these connections, and I'm so grateful for this moment. I'm humbled and honored that I'm actually in this role, having this platform to drive change. I know that I'm not the first of firsts. In fact, many of you on this Zoom call have had your own first. And I honestly believe that together, we're going to have a lot more firsts as we move forward to driving change. And by the way, if we needed any more proof of that third connection that I talked about, women have certain leadership qualities that improve outcomes. Well, here's a drop the mic moment for women everywhere. I call it Exhibit W for women, of course. And hats off to the Prime Minister of New Zealand for what she's doing and orchestrating. So listen, we are different. We connect. We make connections that others simply don't. And the connections we make are making a bigger difference, especially today. Why is that? I say it's because of the essence of a woman. Women are magical, mysterious, spiritual, multidimensional. We have true value that sometimes isn't always celebrated by society. We are each our own people. We manifest our own destiny. We are builders of a new day. Let us celebrate, I say, celebrate the innumerable ways in which the remarkable spirit, courage, and strength of women that have added vitality, richness, and diversity to the world. The charm, the beauty, the sheer essence of a woman are untouchable. It's a beautiful thing. And in fact, in the words of Maya Angelou, it's a phenomenal thing. It's in the reach of my arms. It's in the span of my hips. It's in the stride of my step. It's in the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenal woman. That's me, and that's you. So a new millennium calls for new kind of leaders now. We are uniquely built to lead in today's world. We have all of these characteristics and some. We are nurturers. We've always been the nurturing, giving, kind human beings. We are connectors. We have the unique ability to connect and interconnect relationships that actually create balance and equity in the world. We're spiritual in the sense that we have this mystical spirituality, I call it, that gives women the teeth to grab the query, whatever it may be, and protect the love and passion in their lives. We're empathetic. We have the whole spectrum of the emotions. We're collaborators. We're not afraid to work with others that may be different than us and put egos aside. We are, in fact, community builders. We are less inclined to let the toxic individualism undo the potential for all. Honesty, vulnerability, humility. 3 words that all of us crave in this moment. Well, at least I do. So I say, lead like only a woman can during these times. Be yourself. Be the powerful woman inside. We are in a unique moment, I believe. I've given these kinds of talks in the past. I've sat and listened to women's leadership talks in the past. But this feels a little different. When you think about this COVID-19 pandemic, overlaid with the social and racial unrest that has erupted in this country, this has created a unique moment, a moment that we ought not miss, a moment that we need to step into. Connections. We have Fearless Girl, where we're connecting the power of women with the financial institutions that used to exclude them. We have more women recently sworn into Congress, connecting our capacity to build community and collaborate with positions in government where they can have real impact. We have more women running for office than ever before on both sides. A female VP candidate on a major ticket isn't shocking, and it won't be when one is in office. We're connecting this moment to future generations so the world can realize that women in the highest office is exactly what we need right now. And in 2019 marked another milestone, the first time ever that there were more women college degrees in the workforce than men, connecting better achievement, access, and opportunity. So this is a moment and some strong connections. With that though, every great opportunity is accompanied by an equal or greater portion of resistance. Because this moment is so big, it means we're gonna face even bigger challenges. More challenges, more roadblocks, but even more reason to persist. And we're gonna be up against some things, ourselves being one of them. Mainly, I like to talk about dream thieves. You know, we all have dreams. They don't leave us. They just sometimes get lost in this journey we call life. We limit ourselves oftentimes to what is practical. And even worse, we filter our own dreams through the lens of other people's expectations and opinions. And we let fear and doubt and criticism and failures get in the way. But I say at this moment, don't let the dream thieves steal your dreams or stop you. We've got systems that we're up against. The status quo, this is how we've always done it. Bias, conscious or unconscious, is real. Racism and systematic inequities have plagued this country for over 400 years, in the early 1600s. We're talking about history, systems, structures, policy, how we were socialized. These are the root causes of the bias and inequities in our country today. We're up against language, always have been. Too ambitious, too loud, too opinionated, the latest nasty. I mean, I've had more names than a few hurled my way, but I say, remember this, we must decide to call it out when it happens. And that's what I do. There's a respectful way to do that. We've got to do it. And look for the helpers. In the words of Mr. Rogers, look for the helpers to help in this area. And then finally, we've got our own decisions as women. We all know them. Your career, family, timing, all of the above. I say, make your decisions. You are in charge of your decisions. Believe in your decisions and stand behind your decisions. I often say, I don't necessarily believe in work-life balance, but I do believe I have one life and I need to integrate the important things in my life and live that one life. Connections. In this moment, we're also connected to pioneer women, women whose shoulders we have stood on, who have also faced adversity, but persisted. Women who are connected to our future, just as we are connected to their past. And so Marie Curie is one, 1900s, connected physics and chemistry with her humanity and built the first known mobile X-ray unit during World War I. Rosa Parks, 1950s, connected her unwavering courage by refusing to give up her seat on a bus that ignited a movement that changed the world. Rosalind Franklin, who connected her curiosity in life's work to help us understand the structure of the DNA. Dr. Rebecca Lee Crumpler, America's first Black doctor in the 1860s, who made a simple yet profound connection between her work and the need to help millions of emancipated slaves in Virginia. Pat Summitt, who connected her players to build teams, a legacy, a lasting positive influence on many and millions of women, including me. I played basketball for the University of Delaware. Pat Summitt is still a role model for me. Not to mention all of the female Nobel laureates in science. And finally, our mothers who sacrificed so much so that we could have this conversation that we're having today, including this amazing woman that I get to call my mom. For those of you, a few of you on this Zoom know my mom. She's fierce. I admire her greatly. I'm proud to be her daughter. She's taught me so much. She set a very high bar. She instilled no excuses, instilled live with excellence, and instilled me to be fiercely independent. And so we've got pioneers in the shoulders that we're standing on. But here's what we know. women have broken glass ceilings in numerous places. But the only way that we're actually going to completely obliterate and shatter this thing is we've actually got to do it together, and we've got to stay connected, which is what Wild is all about. One by one isn't actually going to do it. History has shown us that transformational change requires a collective, not an individual here or there. We have to stay and be connected. And we must be connected by our purpose, our passion, and our position. And so let's talk about purpose. I believe each of us were uniquely created on this earth. We all have a unique purpose and gift and reason for being. Purpose is the engine that powers our lives. And so the question becomes, do you know your purpose? I think this is so very important as we think about our own leadership and our own leadership journeys. Do we know our purpose, and are we operating within it? A few of you on this Zoom do know me, and so that you know I'm very driven, I'm competitive, I'm type A, I'm all of those things. I knew at an early age that I wanted to run a company and be the CEO of an organization. And in my mind, that was my purpose. I also believed that, you know, leaders were born. Now, the great Nancy Kane that you're gonna hear from here just in a little bit shifted my perspective on that, but I'll let her talk about that. But I believe that my purpose was to be a CEO. I was built for it. And so I orchestrated my whole life around that goal. I started studying at an early age some of the greatest CEOs, and I learned there was a common theme with them, that they were all great problem solvers. So that's why I became an engineer. I delayed getting married and having children because I thought it was a distraction. Now, I'm not suggesting at all that anybody follow my lead on that. You know, I've been with my husband for 33 years. We dated for 15 because I thought somehow if I got married, that would slow me down. Again, don't necessarily follow my lead on that. It's just my story. And then I achieved this goal early in my career. In my 30s, I became a CEO. And so I don't know what I was expecting to happen. I don't know, the skies open up or something, but the bottom line was I did a great job, turned the company around, all of these things, but I still wasn't feeling 100% fulfilled. And I started to think that there has to be more here. And that's when I went on a journey of self-discovery and really started to listen to God to learn what my purpose was. And through this discovery, discovered that my purpose is really to help people become the best version of themselves. And that being a CEO just gives me a bigger platform to touch more people to fulfill my purpose. So the question I have is, do you all understand your purpose? Let me see, my slides don't seem to be changing. There we go. So if you don't know how to discover your purpose, I'll tell you what I did very quickly, how I did this. I actually journaled. And I started by writing down everything that I was good at, going all the way back to childhood, before the dream thieves kind of encroached. I got myself really centered. And everybody, however you center yourself. For me, it was Jesus Christ, but it could be meditation, yoga, Buddha, whatever. Whatever way you get yourself centered, do that. And then quiet yourself, which I didn't know how to do that. Like, it took me a long time to figure out how to quiet my brain and shut down what was happening actually in my brain. But you got to quiet yourself. And once I did that, I started having quiet time every day and really listening to the Spirit talk to me about what I am here for. What is my divine gift? What is my unique purpose? And I was able to start to string together some common themes that led to helping people become the best version of themselves. Passion. What are you passionate about? What do you love? What fills your soul? What are your dreams? We've got to have the answers to those questions as well. And I will tell you that for me, I'm really passionate, and I learned this about 3 things. People. I'm an extrovert. Shocker. I draw energy from people. I love people. I'm a problem solver. The bigger the problem, the better. Bring it on. And then leadership. I love leading people, and I love being a servant leader. And again, one of the things that I learned from Nancy, I ask myself daily, am I even worthy to follow? So that's a question for all of us to be able to answer. Are we actually worthy to follow? Are we demonstrating the behaviors and the characteristics that would make us worthy to follow? And so again, if you don't know what your passions are, I would challenge you to journal. Be present and pay attention. And when you find yourself really happy and filled with joy, write down exactly what you're doing at that moment. And you keep doing this. And you also do the reverse. When you're feeling drained and not happy, write that down. What are you doing at that particular moment? And then write out your dreams. When you start to document those, again, you will start to see some patterns that will really help you understand what your passions are. And then finally, position. So we spend a large part of our lives working. And it is critical that we choose positions that allow us to fulfill our purpose and our passions. Life is way too short for us to be in positions that are not happy and doing work that don't align with your purpose and your position. And we often trick ourselves into believing we don't have a choice, but we always do. We always have a choice. And so I say it is important to be unapologetic about finding that position that aligns with your purpose and your passions. And so I'm gonna just give you a tiny look into the day in the life of me, and where you can actually see my purpose, passions, and positions being connected.
You don't look like you have diabetes. I don't know what to do with that comment. There were just 100 assumptions you made about what someone with diabetes actually looks like. If you tell someone you have cancer, they don't assume that you were eating poorly or not exercising or not doing all the things that you're supposed to do. People automatically assume that you have not taken care of yourself, or you have it because of something that you in fact are doing. That's just bad stigma, bad. It doesn't discriminate. It hits us all. There is no one look. You assume like, oh my God, life is over. Like I can't, like I'm not gonna be able to do anything. I'm not gonna be able to eat the foods that I like. I can never have ice cream again. I mean, all these kinds of things go through your head. And so then you don't really want to tell anyone. The everyday reality for me, I've just gotten used to and accustomed to the decisions and the intentional choices that I have to make on a daily basis. The way that I try to live my life is to help people understand you can do anything, you can be anything. Living with diabetes doesn't stop you from achieving whatever dreams and aspirations you have for yourself, that you can still be the best version of yourself. And so it is normal. It is my routine. It is my life until we find a cure.
So purpose, passion, and position I decided 27 months ago, as you heard Kelly say earlier, to step in the game and help lead to take down diabetes. I left a fantastic job as an executive officer at Walmart to join this nonprofit, the American Diabetes Association, to help take down diabetes and help as many people as we possibly can thrive while living with diabetes. Connecting my purpose, my passion, and my position. And so I say to everyone watching, you all have an absolute unique constellation of gifts and talents that you are meant to share with the world. Don't rob the world by not leveraging your talents and your gifts. Remember that the purpose is the engine that powers our lives. Become the woman you're destined to be. Do it for the world. Do it for diabetes. Do it for yourself. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Tracy, so much for those amazing words and for your leadership for so many people living with diabetes. You are an inspiration to so many of us. I know to me in particular, you've inspired me on a day-to-day basis to think bigger, go broader, to think about how do we bend the curve and do something completely different to help support all those so many people living with diabetes, and so many of your new initiatives that are coming out to push harder and to drive harder and change the complete dynamic of the way healthcare is for all people living with diabetes. So thank you for that amazing, amazing presentation. You inspire me, and I know for so many others, I'm sure they felt the same way. The goosebumps always, are on full tingle at this point. So I feel very honored to be able to ask you some questions to get us kicked off. I'll start with one of my own. Given so many roles that women have to play, the roles that you play, you showed us a glimpse of that beautiful video in your life. How do you find the ability to kind of get to it all and do it all and be the inspiration? People talk about work-life balance. I'd be curious to hear a little bit from you on that as we get going and as others start to ask questions as well.
Yeah, so my perspective on work-life balance changed probably about midway into my career, and now I am a staunch advocate to tell people that I actually don't believe in work-life balance. There are times in your life where work is up here, and then times in your life where family becomes up here. What I do believe is that you do have one life, and you need to figure out how to integrate the things that are important in your life. I try to keep my 3 rings, what I say 3 rings, in order, and those who have spent any amount of time with me have heard me preach this because it's so important. That the first ring is like, you've got to take care of yourself. You've got to feed and water yourself. And I'm almost embarrassed to say I didn't even know how to do that. I was on charge and on 150% all day, every day, that I didn't even know how to feed and water myself. So first you must do that. Then the second ring is family and taking care of your family. And then the third ring is work, in that order. As a youngster, early, I had it reversed. Everything was about work. I was chasing them to become a CEO at all costs. Family, anybody, didn't matter. And I was the last thing that gotten taken care of. So I just say, keep your rings in order and understand that there will be ebbs and flows in your one awesome life that you're gonna live, and just integrate the things that are important.
Great. And just building on that, we got a question from Sabrina, and she was asking, to to the CEO, Tracy, now, what would you say, and this probably is something similar to what you highlighted, what would you say to the younger Tracy at this point? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about connections. Nobody goes it alone. And this thing about the pioneers and the women before you, learn from that and stay connected to your tribe. I mean, I did a lot of things like backwards, like this whole thing of not having children and not getting married. Like, I didn't have my daughter until I was 37 years old. And she, by far, having my daughter has made me a better person, period. So, you know, these things that we put in our head are just in our head. And so I would say leverage those who have gone before you and don't fall into the same ditches that they fell into.
Great. So we have another question, actually, building on, in some sense, of people before you. You talked about your mother. This is a question from Kira. Who are other people in your life or career who were sources of inspiration for you, and what did you learn from them?
So, quick story. You've heard about my mom. The other person that I would highlight is my dad. My dad and I were very, very close. I was the youngest daughter, and probably, I tell myself I was the favorite child, but you know, my brother and sister probably say that too. My dad and I would spend time together, just the two of us every weekend. One of our weekends, we had come back home. We had spent the day at Letchworth Park, came back. My dad remembered that he was supposed to stop at the store, went to the store. He was killed in a drive-by shooting. So that experience forever changed my life and my perspective. But my dad had a tremendous impact on my life in teaching me strength, teaching me the never give up, teaching me one of the greatest gifts I got from my dad was listening more than talking, and the power of your tongue. And that once things leave your mouth, you can't get it back. Even when you say sorry, you can't get it back. So my dad was one of them. And then a second one, I went into a place of denial after my dad died, and just whatever, went from being an A student to like a D student, and just whatever, going through life. And I had my 9th grade English teacher who was another tough cookie. I think I like tough women. Basically grabbed me after school one day and was just like, you know, enough with all of this foolishness. You've got a lot to offer that you are hiding behind your hurt and your pain. Knock it off, essentially, is what she said. So that zipped me out of crazy. And I went again from DE to graduating at the top of my class to going on scholarship with the University of Delaware in engineering, so on and so forth. So that was a pivotal moment for me. And then the last, which you're gonna hear from Nancy Kane, I had the opportunity to spend time with Nancy. I used to work for an organization called Omnicom. And I was fortunate and blessed enough to go through Omnicom University, in which Nancy was a professor of leadership. And that has had a profound impact on who I am as a leader. What you think you know about leadership, Nancy has a way of stripping all of that down and then rebuilding you up. And so the third person I would say is actually Nancy Kane.
Wonderful. And I'm so sorry to hear of your loss. I did not know that, Tracy. So thank you for sharing that. It's amazing how dads also are often very much behind strong women, and encouraging women to be, or their daughters to be strong leaders. So it's great to your dad was. So I wanted to ask a question next question is from Francine. I applaud you for the courage to change positions. Where did you find that kind of courage and flexibility?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the things that I started to think about is my purpose and how to best fulfill it. And understanding that as a person myself living with diabetes for 16 years, just not feeling like enough was happening in this area, seeing too many people die and suffer needlessly because of the inequities in many cases that exist. And again, goes back to my mother. I was complaining to my mother about it. And she was just like, look, you can stand on the sidelines and complain, or you can get in the game and go do something differently. And it was that at that moment, I decided that this move aligned purpose and passion like no other, given the fact that I was living myself with diabetes. And so once that realization, I keep coming back to purpose, passion, and position. Once I had that realization, it became very easy for me to make the move. And I will tell you, and that this is why you can't live expectations through the lens of other people, because people were like, what are you doing? You're like awesome. You're like Walmart, like you're an executive officer, you're this, you're that, you're da 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 da, you're gonna, you're making a lot of money, you're da da da. Doesn't matter. Purpose, passion, position.
Great. And we're so lucky that you made that transition. I think for the entire diabetes community, for sure. We have a question from Helen. She asked, can you talk a little more about lead like only a woman can? I found that particularly inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know about many of you, but earlier in my career, I had lots of people talk to me about conforming my leadership style to more like men, honestly. And I just really couldn't get down with that. I worked early, one of my jobs after business school, I was in an executive management program in Exxon, which the oil industry, predominantly white male. And it was at that moment that I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not conforming. I'm just gonna be me. And the talents that I talked about, our ability to collaborate and be nurturing and empathetic, these are all awesome qualities that are needed now more than ever. When you think about the deep divide that exists in this country, the only way we're actually going to start to heal and rebuild is you have to have people who can collaborate and nurture and reach across the race, the aisle, the whatever. We women, I believe, and again, I don't want to generalize, but naturally, we listen more than we talk. Naturally, we want to find those points of collaboration. And so that's what I mean by like don't be pushed or fooled or whatever, and stop being you in the process. That never wins. And in this age of where we have to buck the status quo, we need women to stand up and lead like nobody else can lead in your own unique way. So people are like, you're loud. Yes, I am. You cut your hair. Why don't you? Yeah, I cut my hair because I wanted short hair. Like whatever. So that's what I mean by that. Like be you and own it.
Love that. So another question from Elena. I know we'll hear from Elena shortly. Any ideas on how to involve men in this movement? There are a selected few that have self-selected, but how do we include others that may sometimes feel like they're outsiders?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where our bridge builder kind of qualities actually need to kick into play, because we actually do need, this is an all play. And Kelly's heard me say this before, like this is an all play if we want to actually drive change. And so again, we know a lot about people. And I always start with anyone, but particularly men, listening. Because if you can actually listen to understand what their fears are, because everybody has fears, right? Like, you know, men might cover them up, but everybody has them. If you can actually start to listen and understand where the points of disconnect are, what are the fears, what are the things that they actually just don't understand? That's how I try to build the bridge, by listening more and then figuring out how can I actually get us to a place where we recognize we're all fighting for the same kind of thing. But it's not easy, but again, I think we are uniquely designed to do it.
Yep, absolutely. So this is a question, I'm going to slightly modify it from Sabrina. It's what's next for Tracy Brown, and I'm hoping it doesn't mean that what's next post ADA. What I'm thinking it will probably highlight is what's next in terms of some of your initiatives that you're focused on personally and or you know, within the ADA as well. Would be curious on that.
Yeah, I mean, so God, we have got to figure out a way to come together to bring down diabetes, full stop. Look, all the COVID-19 pandemic has done, and the whole racial eruption after the George Floyd murder, all it has done is shined a very bright light on an old existing problem. And enough is enough. So this is where we say 1 point for saying, 9 points for doing. And we, even at the ADA, understand we have been at this for 80 years. And by the way, let me say, I'm very proud of the progress that we have made and the partners have made. What I'm saying in this moment is we all have to figure out how to pivot in a different way. And that means getting very clear on a couple of things. One, the name of the game is collaboration. Trust me, if the ADA could have solved diabetes by itself, we would have, or any other company. So collaboration is key. Two, we cannot ignore the inequities that exist in this country that lead to a large portion of why diabetes is what diabetes is in this country. When you start to talk about research and the lack of diversity within research and the inequities there and the lack of people of color in clinical trials, there are reasons for these things. When you start to talk about access and cost of prescription drugs, insulin, supplies, everyone doesn't have equal access. Access to quality care, food, the food deserts that exist in 2020 in this country are insane. And that's just not in the city, rural, right? Like it's everywhere. And then community. I mean, I think that when you think about diabetes and managing this chronic disease, what we're really talking about is behavior change. And when you're talking about behavior change, the thing that's at the crux of behavior change is you've got to emotionally connect. And at that basis is trust. We got a trust issue all around right now. So this is where the ADA is starting to pivot. We've got to make sure the resources that we have are truly focused on the things that are going to move the needle in this moment of time. And we're reaching out to partners that are willing to be bold enough, jump off the side of the cliff with us to do a new thing. So Health Equity Now, we rolled that out. double downing on research. I mean, look, 40% of the people who have died from COVID-19 have diabetes. Why? We need more research to understand what is actually going on there. Access, and I know we talk about insulin a lot, insulin plus. Why doesn't everyone have access to the latest and greatest technology? CGM changed my life as a type 2, right? First of all, people told me I didn't need it as a type 2, but it changed my life. Why doesn't everybody have access to that? And we go into these neighborhoods, many neighborhoods, and you will see a liquor store, a convenience store, and that's it. Maybe you might see actually a kidney dialysis center. Horrible. But all of us on this Zoom call have the opportunity to flip the script on all of that. And here's what we do know. What we have been doing, although we all have been working very hard, results are results. It's not enough. We need a new way forward. So those are the kinds of what's next for ADA and what's next for Tracy Brown. We're just gonna keep fighting, Katie, relentlessly on this thing until we have made progress in which we all can feel great about. Honestly, the best thing that could happen is we no longer need an American Diabetes Association. Work myself out of a job. That's what's next for Tracy Brown.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for the inspiring content, the discussion. I am looking forward to seeing what's next for Tracy and inspiring all of us to join you on that journey. There is so much impact that we can have around health equity now. So thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, everybody.
Without further ado, I'm going to pass it on to Elena. I want to talk a little bit about, just as an intro over to Elena. We met just actually at a, funny enough, at an ADA meeting, one of the SCI sessions, just having coffee and connecting. And so as part of, networking and building our network, we had talked about, this work that Kelly was leading and getting started. And so she was excited to be a part of this journey as well. And so wanted to pass it off to Elena so that she can intro the next section. But that is what this is all about, building our network and creating connections so that we can make impact and make change happen. So without further ado, I will pass it on to my good friend, Elena, who's a vice president at Novo Nordisk.
Thank you so much, Katie. Hello, everyone. Look, it's my absolute pleasure to be here today and participate in this inspirational event in what it seems like a long down period of our lives. Look, I really consider today is a bit of a break from our crazy routine and really looking forward to what's to come. So Tracy opened up and inspired. I do have tons of goosebumps right now, and we all need that energy. And for me, just like Tracy, being an extrovert and a woman, energy comes from people. It comes from new ideas, it comes from new experiences, new emotions, new connections. But I have personally never really liked the word networking. And in fact, I kind of don't like it. I despise it. To me, it indicates a presence of necessary, but really annoying small talk, formalities of sorts, and uncomfort that comes from meeting a stranger. So as I started thinking about today and imagining what it will be like, I went back to my experience of the last 6 months managing the business and the team virtually. And I think this virtual world might just take some of the awkwardness out of the networking. So I'll talk to you a little bit about 3 things that I've learned by working solely via my screen over the last half a year. First one, as the time is so short, we naturally reduce amount of small talk to a very minimum. And in fact, what I've noticed is most of our small talk now happens when it's only related to some common interests, something uplifting, or some common personal struggles that we're willing to share in hopes of getting some sort of reprieve. Second one, it's actually totally okay now to have a very short interaction with each other and then follow up later by email, text, or even a phone call. as another person is just as busy and has another Zoom or Teams call lined up. One of the reasons why it's now easier to keep that interaction short compared to before, there is no social obligation anymore. You're not physically turning your back to the person that you were just talking to and walking away. So while it might seem a little silly, it is actually a big deal, and it helps keep those interactions meaningful but short. And last, during the COVID era, or what I call era of working from home, we all became a little less formal. You know, maybe it's because we're wearing yoga pants most of the days, or because we haven't put makeup on for the last 6 weeks. But I have noticed that even in the most formal of interactions, virtual presentations to top management and the like, we are a little bit more ourselves. And that authenticity is what I consider fantastic. It brings real us to the forefront. And that is something that I think is so great, and we absolutely need to keep going forward. So at the end of the day, we all are hungry for human connections, being stuck at home in all of our little houses, little offices, little make-believe places that we work from and live from. Because we're social creatures, and we do better, so much better together. So I hope by keeping it short, fun, and engaging, let's start building those bridges together. So I'll give it over to Lori to tell us how exactly are we going to do that. Lori?
Thank you, Elena. We're so excited to have you and everyone who's here participating. I'm just so thrilled to be here. I'm a new member of the Close Concerns executive team as the EVP of the Wild Network, which is dedicated, and my role is dedicated to helping build this idea with all of your input and ideas. And this is our very first pre-launch. We didn't really exist before today. I'm thrilled that you're also generous to give us this time today, and hope you'll get as much out of these incredible keynotes and skill building and opportunities that I know I am. Like Elena, I treasure my connections and community with incredible women and allies who share my work and my passion. Tracy, I couldn't have planted what you said any better than that when you said, you know, passion, purpose, and position, and, you know, and the community that shares all of those. And I'm just so grateful to be here. We think, and I've heard from many of you in deciding how we might operate today in networking, that networking and connections should be an integral component of what Wild can offer in a platform, even in the virtual reality in which we all sit, as a way to expand our own connections beyond the people in our silos, beyond the people in our subsectors, going to everything across the diabetes ecosystem, and connection from each of those places with differing passions, differing purposes, differing positions, but all in the name of improving patient outcomes around diabetes, and really at the same time advancing women's leadership in a way that can improve patient outcomes.
I now get to introduce you to the amazing Nancy. And she's spectacular. We are all going to zoom back out and learn so much. So you've already heard from Tracy what an impact Nancy had on her as a teacher. She's a renowned author, professor, and scholar who has long supported the advancement of women in every possible way. So during the last decade, Nancy has researched and written phenomenal works on leadership, including multiple books, case studies, dozens of articles. And today she's going to be discussing with us leading courageously in turbulent times, rules of the road. And Nancy will be drawing on her 2017 bestseller, Forged in Crisis, The Power of Courageous Leadership in Turbulent Times, and really in-depth look at 5 of history's greatest leaders, including the incredible environmentalist Rachel Carson, as well as Abraham Lincoln, Ernest Shackleton, Frederick Douglass, Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Each of these historic figures face very different and equally daunting challenges. And the brilliance of Nancy's book is how she identifies lessons that are as timely for us today as they were in decades and centuries past. And she not only unearths the most valuable insights from these leaders' really complex stories, but also in doing that really fortifies our own courage and resilience along the way. When you're paying attention to the lessons from Tracy, one of them is, hearing about nurturing yourself and your family and then your work. Nancy is an amazing, amazing example of doing so much of that for so many people. I am so honored to know her so well and to be able to have the privilege of counting her as one of my very, very closest friends. She does that for me. I mean, it's weekly, monthly, thinking about, how I'm thinking about all of those things in that order. And, it's sometimes a really long conversation. Sometimes I need that hourly. But, know who has your back, know who has your back. And that, bringing up again what Lori did, purpose, passion, position from Tracy, that is totally Nancy. And if you want to get to that quiet, that Tracy talked about, step one, read Nancy's writing. Read Nancy's writing. If you'd like a copy of Nancy's book that I just talked about, Forged in Crisis, we've been given by somebody really generous in our community here, 25 copies to send out to you. If you would like one, email us at wild@closeconcerns.com. We're not exactly going to send it to the first 25. We'll send out 25, but we want you also to give us an idea about how to spread the word further about her writing. We are so lucky that there are writers and scholars like Nancy in our midst who could be doing so many other things and who have decided to focus on giving and teaching. So we need, as a matter of course, to really be supporting the writers and teachers of our time in a really big way. So Nancy graduated at the top of her class of Stanford, and she went to Stanford because they made it the most possible for her to leave Illinois and to go, and she went west and then got her PhD at Harvard. She's going to tell you something about her story. She is a long-time advisor to CEOs. Her expertise has never been in greater demand in our current and troubled, turbulent time as now. And she's also just thought incredibly deeply about our political leadership and what our country needs in its current crisis, what our world needs, what women needs. You're going to learn so much. So Nancy's going to speak for 25 minutes and then she'll take Q&A that I'll moderate. So feel free to share any thoughts or feelings in the chat, post your questions as they emerge. And again, write to us, wild@closeconcerns.com. You can also tell us why you want a copy of her book. And Nancy, take it away. We're so thrilled that you're here.
Thanks, Kelly. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Tracy as well. I know many of you here in this room, the room where it happens. I just saw Hamilton on Disney 2 or Disney Plus, and I've become quite taken with the whole story and the music. Many of you in the room where it's happening right now know Kelly and Tracy as the forces of nature that they are. I've known both women for a long time and have the utmost affection and respect for all they do and the strength and grace with which they do it. So thank you both. You rock. Let me say, this is going to be a very different moment. So everyone take a yoga breath. You've just come out of networking. You've heard the extraordinary energy and insights of Tracy. Kelly's presence is with us always. This is a very different moment because I'm a historian. My PhD's in European history. I never ever expected to be someone whose purpose is to make good leaders even better in any way, shape, or form that I can. That's what I do. I get up in the morning to help you be even better in mostly tiny ways, but that's my purpose. And I find it satisfying and enriching. And I use both the past and the present to do that. And I've been doing it for a long, long time. I stumbled into this. I had no grand design. I can offer you no good career advice. I navigated, as Lincoln said, through the Civil War. I navigated point to point, mostly with pushback choices because something didn't work out. Or the case of my last book, Forged in Crisis, I think I ended up writing that book because I was going through so many crises. My husband had walked out. My father dropped dead. That was in about a 4-month period. We'd been married a long time. A nasty divorce ensued. I got cancer. I was 42. I had no risk factors. I got cancer again. And some other really, I lost all my Harvard retirement. I started all over financially. And that was all in a very short time. And I think I reached for people that could help me understand how you navigate a crisis. It's long in duration, and like COVID, and like the related crises that come out of COVID, have no end point in sight, no end posts, no finish line that's easily visible and that we can place bets on. And I was looking for people that got better in crises, that didn't know how they were going to get through this, sometimes didn't know how they were going to get through the night, literally, and still, day by day, month by month, week by week, season by season, got better. First, within themselves, and then leading from within, beginning from within, passion, purpose, position, leading from within, made the impossible possible. And so those are the people I keep company with. Some of them are alive today. We can certainly talk about that as much as you want. The crises leaders I'm learning from right now and watching get better in the midst of this astounding moment. But many of them are from the past. I'm writing a case right now for the Harvard Business School about John Lewis. And I have in my on my radar screen, a host of African-American, a few white, but mostly African-American men and women, besides Lewis and besides King and besides Abernathy and besides Young and besides C.T. Vivian, who really were there for the duration and did made the impossible possible. So that's really how I come to be talking to you. Now, here's what we're gonna do with the remaining 20 minutes of my presentation. I'm going to offer a series, 6 or 7, depending on, I don't have a lot of notes, so I kind of make the music as we go. A series of 6 or 7 accessible, try them tomorrow, reject them if you don't like them, take them out for a test drive, kind of rules of the road for crisis leadership. I've seen these transcend time, context, national boundaries. These are really powerful, simple rules. You know all of them already, so my purpose, as it is often here, is probably to validate or reinvigorate these potential tools and behaviors for you, and to help you understand how important they are to the people you lead, because so many eyes and shoulders and lives are depending on the choices you make and the way you show up. And then we're going to take questions. Before we do that, I've got, as I said, 6 or 7. Let me quickly say 3 large picture things about this moment. And this is what historians do. We get paid for thinking about the big picture. The first thing to say about this moment, which isn't being said nearly enough on the large stage, and it would be useful because it would help people ground people and maximize the chance that we're not just spinning, as we all find ourselves doing at lots of points during the day, or caught up in the ambient fear and paralyzed occasionally by the ambient fear that's so present. So the first observation is this is a seismic event. This is nothing like Katrina. This is nothing like Sandy Hook, as tragic as those crises were. This is akin to a world war. Instead of a coalition of nation states fighting other nation states, we're fighting a very efficient, very rapidly reproducing virus, which preys on all our weaker sides and our weaker behaviors and our non-compliance and our lack of leadership. So this is a seismic event. That means a couple of things to think about. First, we need to start setting expectations a little differently and helping the people that look to you as leaders, family members, community members, other citizens, and all the people that you lead in your organizations. We need to start resetting their expectations. This isn't about grabbing back to normal as fast as we can and papering it together against better guidance, against science, against the ultimate goal right now, which is to save lives, preserve health and well-being, and then the economic recovery and critically, the campaign for justice and equality that can follow in the wake of controlling the virus more effectively than it can when we're patching things together piecemeal, trying to get back to normal. We're in World War III. It's a viral war. And the sooner we start realizing that we're not actually grabbing for the new normal or going back to normal, we're building the post-COVID world and start thinking about our expectations that way, the better we're going to be at every single moment of our daily lives. And the better we're going to be at being focused on controlling the virus, on which all else right now depends. So that's the first thing I want to say. There's a world being made, a post-COVID world. And just like in 1943, when we couldn't see the end of the Second World War, we could still think about what are the smartest bets to place on the post-war world. That's the right lens. Second observation. I learned early, there's been a lot written right now about transparency and things that are being revealed, and Tracy talking about kind of the new prominence of problems that have been here for years and years and years, centuries in the case of the promise denied, America's promise denied to all kinds of people of color and other folks not in the room where it happened. So there's been a lot written about transparency. Early on in the crisis, I read that the word apocalypse in Greek means revelation. So think about that for a second. This crisis, COVID, and the crisis it's begetting are revealing all kinds of things. They're revealing the real values of some of our leaders. They're revealing the real resilience or the weakness, right? And the values of a lot of organizations. They are revealing who's gathering, harnessing, honing the muscles of resilience organizationally and individually, and who is withering, denying, hunkering down, and avoiding. And people will not forget, because this is such a seismic event, what is being revealed. So everything that we do as leaders now, you do, I'm not a leader, I'm a coach to leaders. I blow wind behind your wings, I hope. But everything you do right now is being logged as something that will, in future years, going to be a bit, years I said, in future years, people will say, do you remember how this particular healthcare organization, took care of its people and its patients during COVID? This will now be a stake in the ground that will affect people's behavior into the vast future, again, quoting Lincoln. Third observation. The reason I study crises, besides the fact that I think Abraham Lincoln and Ernest Shackleton and Rachel Carson, who battled breast cancer, as she was finishing Silent Spring, very courageously. The second reason I study leaders in unexpected, long, slow burn, seemingly never-ending crises is because those are moments when I can demonstrate this now with 25 years of academic work, serious work on leaders, individuals. I study individuals. Crises are amazing greenhouses for leaders to get better. Leaders get better. They do just like other individuals. They either rise pretty steeply in terms of what they learn and how they get stronger, more resilient, more compassionate, kinder, more determined, right? They either rise or they wither. And we've seen both on the national stage in this country right now. But the crises turn out to be those crucibles, those greenhouses. I don't know exactly why. That happens so much more prominently, so much more rapidly in crises, but it does, and it does over and over and over again. From Frederick Douglass, right, kind of really making the Emancipation Proclamation possible. There is no ending of slavery in America without Frederick Douglass. He and Lincoln are bookends on the transformation of America that happened in the wake of the Civil War. They're with equal-sized volumes. From Frederick Douglass to what is happening to Jacinda Ardern, to anyone that's watching Andrew Cuomo, a leader I was not studying at all a year ago, and watching what's happened to him over the last 6 months. And by the way, looking at the performance metrics on COVID in New York State. So this is the point here is this is an extraordinary moment for you as a leader, but it begins with a leader's decision to say, I'm going to get better. I don't know exactly how. It's not going to be a grand, romantic, Rocky running up the Philadelphia Art Museum steps kind of gesture or thing. It's going to be an endeavor of small steps, learnings, behaviors, and learning as I go. But this is your moment. Let me leave you with one other little olive in this appetizer dish, and then we'll quickly go through the rules of the road. many years ago, I stumbled on this definition of courageous leadership, just stumbled on it. It's from an article that David Foster Wallace, an American writer known for his novels, more than his nonfiction, wrote for Rolling Stone when he was on the campaign bus in 2000 following John McCain around the western part of the United States. And he wrote this: courageous, real leaders are individuals who help us overcome the limitations of our own weaknesses, selfishness, laziness, and fears, and get us to do harder, better things than we can get ourselves to do on our own. So I think this is the making of leaders, right? Real leaders who make themselves into this kind of courageous individual, help us push through the boundaries of weaknesses, selfishness, laziness, fears, get us to do harder, better things than we can get ourselves to do on our own. And think about it, in a crisis, that kind of leadership is so exceptionally required. It's so exceptionally important. In the middle of the Civil War, when things were going very badly for the Union side, Lincoln said this in his annual message to Congress: "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew." And that, I think, is what happens with really good leaders in crisis. They're like, I got to raise the level of my game. I got to think anew. I got to act anew. I don't know how to do it. There's not a playbook, but I'm going to do it. And the world changes. And history, the arc of history, moves toward justice when that happens. Okay, a few rules of the road. First, help your people. And you have to do this many, many, many times, because we're all not at our strongest and our most grounded in this kind of crisis. So help your people over and over get comfortable with widespread, almost nonstop volatility, ambiguity, complexity, right? And sometimes intensifying moments of that. Help them get comfortable with that. And then at the same time, from that, say, this is the world we live in, right? We are going to have to do a lot more navigating point to point than we did a year and a half ago. We're going to navigate point to point because as we're heading toward North Star, right? We're heading here, and the winds start, increasing in speed, and the waves get higher. We may have to tack in a different direction to reach our destination, which is getting less visible as the storm intensifies. So we're going to navigate point to point, keep on helping our people get comfortable with the ambiguity that we're all operating in. So name the unnameable and the uncertainty, and we'll come back to fear in a minute. Point to point. And then as you need to, pivot. We're going to pivot. All kinds of organizations are doing this all the time right now. And as we pivot, we're learning something. So one of the reasons apocalypse means revelation is because in apocalypse, we have to do so much quick kind of modifying, revising, changing, imagining, that we learn a whole bunch of stuff about the way we were and what we might want to do differently going forward. So we're going to learn forward. So first rule of the road: keep increasing comfort. Keep naming that it's okay that we're living in so much ambiguity and complexity. Secondly, help your people get comfortable with navigating point to point, because we don't have a kind of Waze or Google Maps set of directions to get to where we want to go. Pivot as you need to quickly. Don't look backwards. Learn forward and start making those bets on the post-COVID world as you want to be in an organization and leader as you learn forward. Rule number one. Rule number two. Your mission, back to Tracy, your mission, right? The reason you exist, your purpose, individually and organizationally, is an incredible ballast right now. You can't talk about it enough. You can't lean on it enough. You can't get through all those sleepless nights, which lots of us are having. We're not sleeping terribly well, which is unfortunate. And your mission helps stabilize you, helps stabilize your people. And because it often, in good organizations, encompasses in some very discernible way your core values, that's another source of support. So your mission is an incredibly important ballast that you want to keep leaning on and helping your people lean on and help them keep coming back to it. Rule number three, this is going to sound a little more academic, but the more I go through this, I'm kind of making this stuff up as I go along, as I keep learning more about crisis leadership in a moment I never expected to be in, COVID-19, and this moment. Rule number three, leaders, this is going to sound cliche, but hear me out to the end of the sentence. Leaders have to be the storytellers in a crisis. They have to keep saying, think about Cuomo's press briefings. He's done this very, very well. Here's where we are, right? Here's where we are today. Here's all the fires we're fighting. Here are the ICU beds. Here are the positivity rates. Here's the transmission ratio. Here are hospitalizations. Here, most tragically, are deaths, right? Here's where we are. Here's where we were yesterday and the day before and the week before. And here's where we think we're headed tomorrow. And now look at how Cuomo's using this same storytelling ability to motivate compliance in New Yorkers. He's on the social media and on the television, every day on social media, weekly on television, showing you where New York came from in terms of these key metrics of COVID spread and the healthcare system to deal with the worst cases. And then he's saying, we're not going back there. We know we can do this because we got through that storm. So you have to keep telling the story of where you are in this. And you have to keep showing people that the difficulties we've overcome last week, last month, because that builds resilience and commitment and helps ground them. No one on the national stage, with a very few exceptions, is saying to the American people, we will get through this. We have come through worse. And by uniting, being strong, being disciplined, being smart, we will get through this. That is so incredibly important to your people right now to hear that, since they don't hear it very many other places. And it is an ineluctable truth. So you've got to, rule number 3 is tell the story, frame, especially in the non-ending crisis, a crisis that has no endpoint right now, visible endpoint. Keep telling the story of the mountains we've climbed and the next mountain we're going to climb and why, right? That is absolutely irrefutable evidence that we are going on to the promised land at the end of this. Rule number 3, you got to frame the crisis, right? Frame it. What is it? What's at stake? What's the story of how we got here and where are we headed? And you got to do that often, right? And we never can let people forget that you folks, I needn't say this, so this is preaching to the choir, this is about the things we hold most dear, our well-being, our health, our well-being, our safety. It doesn't get any more fundamental than this crisis. It's not always being framed that way, but that's what we're talking about. Rule number 4, one of the 3 most important tools you have for helping your people get better in a crisis, get through the crisis, the 3 of them are understanding that communication is your most important tool with your people. Secondly, that you're going to navigate point to point and get better in the process. And thirdly, I'll come to that, your oxygen mask. I'll come to oxygen mask at the end. So rule number 4, communication is one of your 3 most important tools in leading your people, the most important in outreach to your people. And I mean that sounds hackneyed, so let me try and get a little more specific about it. It needs to be frequent, more frequent than you can possibly imagine. I like to say to crisis leaders, if at the end of the day you feel absolutely nauseated by how often you have talked about what you're doing in the crisis, excuse me. My dogs are excited about crisis leadership. If you feel at the end of the day that you've said this so much, you're sick to your stomach, you've said it about the right number of times. Now, let me be more specific. You want to be speaking to your people regularly about your organization and about their roles in the crisis. You want it to be regular enough that it's scheduled, that they know that Michael, Carolyn, Alice, Lee will address them on Tuesdays at noontime in a town hall or in an all hands on deck meeting. They know and they can set their schedules to it. Why is that regularity so important? Why is it so important? Why does it need to be scheduled? And why do you want to keep it in the same medium, like FDR's fireside chats or Churchill's radio addresses to the British people or Lincoln's regular, absolutely expected editorials, letters to the editor, or even better, Frederick Douglass's weekly conversation with his readers in his newspapers all those years. Why is that so important? Why is it more important than you know? Because people use leaders as ballasts. So they measure what they're making of the crisis by what you say about it, by what you tell them, by how you frame it, by the story, the narrative that you keep going, and most important, by their own sense of what their job is in trying to solve it. This kind of communication, regular, expected, think fireside chat, right? During a very dark period in American history in the early 1930s, when an economic crisis, even worse than what we're facing now, was gathering steam. Why is it so important? Because they then feel like, okay, I know my leader is going to give me some perspective and some work and some grounding in that communication, in that scheduled conversation or benediction or presentation or speech. Last piece about communicating frequently. You want it always to have a combination. I think this is actually pretty good in stable periods too. Now I've gotten so down with it, thinking about it in crisis. You want a combination of what I call brutal honesty, right? Here's the problem. This is Churchill in May of 1940. The new opening a speech to Parliament that was broadcast on the BBC. The news from France is very bad. This is right before the Dunkirk evacuation. So you're going to have brutal honesty. Here's the problem. Here's the obstacles we're facing. Cuomo, right? Here's the cases we're seeing. Here's where we're making up hospital beds. Here's where we're borrowing ventilators. Here are the problems, the absolutely urgent problems or less urgent problems we face. And here's how we're tackling them. That's the brutal honesty. And here's what people are doing in the tackling of them. That's the brutal honesty. That's absolutely essential. People have very good antennae for the truth, despite all the writing about disinformation. People know when they see a leader speaking and look in their eyes whether they're being told the truth. And they act on the truth much more readily than on falsehoods or on euphemistic, right, reconstruction. So brutal honesty, married, always combined with what I call credible hope. And that's so important in a crisis because that's about what are the resources that we as a collective bring to the table to solve the problems and the challenges, the obstacles, the storms in the brutal honesty that we're living in. What are the assets? And a lot of those assets, my friends, you leaders, are intangible. They're decency, their resilience, their commitment, their cohesion and unity, their neighborliness, their helpers, right? Mr. Rogers that Tracy was invoking. Those are all incredible assets that are lost, largely lost in the tsunami of harsh information and largely toxicity, save for the great animal videos that are populating social media. So we got to find a way to call people to these assets and help them take stock of it and help them realize discipline. That compliance is one of the most important things people bring to the table in solving our problems right now. So brutal honesty, credible hope, communication, rule number 4. Rule number 5, I'm going to end really quickly. Rule number 5 is you have to manage the morale of your people. You have to kind of put that on your to-do list. Now, that's an old-fashioned way. It's Ernest Shackleton's words from this screensaver. This backdrop is a reconstructed vessel of a lifeboat that Ernest Shackleton sailed. If you don't know Shackleton, you'll read the first story in the book and you'll never forget him. But it's a story of it's just the most extraordinary survival story you've ever come across. And it has everything to do with Shackleton getting better and better and better. But his main enemy, which he realized early on in a life and death situation when his boat was stranded off the coast of Antarctica for 2 years and no communication, was managing the morale of his people. I can't get them to do harder, better things than they can do on their own. They can get themselves to do on their own if I can't keep their morale productive, healthy, functioning. So you want to manage the morale of your people, and that includes addressing people's fear, right? Everyone's scared, so we got to address it. We have to normalize it in some sense, not saying it's great to be scared, but we're all scared, but we're not going to let fear. We have nothing to fear but fear itself, right? This is Roosevelt in March of 33, nameless, shapeless fear, that paralyzing fear that distorts needed remedies to our problems. So we got to tell people that we're going to walk into the fear, right? Mandela once said, courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to walk in, tighten your core, put your shoulders back, and realize you're still standing and can take the next step. And then realize we can move forward in the fear. And then look back and realize other people are following you into the fear. So we got to find a way that's comfortable for you, authentic to you, to address your followers, the people's fears. As soon as we address them, as soon as we say, we are going to move into this and deal, they will follow and they will feel liberated and empowered by doing that. Okay, last rule. I think we're at 7 here. this is something picking up on something Tracy talked about. It's the most important rule. Remember when we were on commercial airliners? It seems like about 5 years ago, but for me, it was like, I don't know, March 6th or something. And you're taxiing out and you're all road warriors, or most of you are. And so you don't even listen to the flight attendant, the purser saying, in the event of a decrease in cabin pressure, cabin oxygen pressure, a mask will fall from the ceiling. You know, put the mask on your nose, put the elastic around your nose, and fix your oxygen mask first before helping others. That's rule number 7, and it's the most important. So the feeding and watering, broadly defined of you, is your most important job. You're all servant leaders. You wouldn't be in this room if you weren't. But you have to be your own best friend and healthcare counselor and fitness coach and spiritual guide. And you really have to take good care of yourself. This is going on. It's going to intensify a lot over the next 6 weeks, a great deal, not just because of the election, but because of what I think is very likely to happen to COVID case counts nationally. And the world is going to need you even more in 2 months than it does right now. So this is a long journey we're on. And that means you got to feed and water yourself, because the pounding pressures are not going to end anytime soon. So let me say a few very specific things. I help leaders do this, and I'm doing more and more on this side now of the crisis leadership piece than I am on some of the more tactical stuff, because I think it's so important and people are so stressed. Obviously, you want to sleep as well as you can. I was on the board of Tempur-Pedic Mattress for 11 years, so I know a lot about how lousy most American sleep habits are. But you want to do whatever it is for you that helps you sleep well. For everyone, it means putting your devices down at least 30 minutes and leaving them outside your bedroom. Let me just say that. For everyone, 30 minutes before a book, hot chocolate, your dog, your honey, your kids, a Hugh Grant movie, whatever it is, you need to be doing something else other than being connected to your device right before you sleep. You need to sleep as best you can, as many nights a week as you can. You need to eat well. Third, you know all those things, so I don't want to preach. Third, you may not think about this quite as much. Walking, any kind of walking, up and down your halls, out to the lawn to move the trash bales, out to the lawn to help your daughter learn to ride her bicycle. Any walking is good for you. It's good for your mind. It's good for your heart. It's good for untangling all the Zoom knots. And P.S., helping inject some humanity back into you in the midst of these new, very different kinds of days. And again, this pounding pressure. So you got to walk. Steve Jobs walked to untangle knots. Charles Darwin wrote Origin of Species, walking 4 times a day for 30 minutes a time around his sand walk in Kent. Frederick Law, Lincoln paced the halls, 2nd floor of the White House. Shackleton walked the ice. Leaders walk, 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 walk. Talk about quiet and finding what is central and most important for you in your leadership. Walking is your best friend. So you got to stay mobile. Fourth, you need at least one other device-free moment. There's lots and lots of research on this. I'm not telling you anything new. You need another 20 minutes away from your device during the day. You choose the time, but try this. Try the 30 minutes before bed and the 20 minutes some other time, and then see how you feel 3 days later. And this directly ties to what Tracy's talking about quiet and grounding. So you need device-free moments. You got to build them in as rigorously as you floss your teeth and you work with their kids on their remote schooling. It's the same kind of discipline, only we're trying to fuel you to be your best. Fifth, you need real recovery. And recovery isn't just device-free moments. And recovery isn't, I think I'll go down and unload the dishwasher so I can just stop thinking about this business problem right now. Recovery is, if you like to play the piano, belting out Oklahoma at the keyboards. If you like to ride your bike fast up and down hills, it's 20 minutes on your bike in the hilliest section of town. I'm in love with Colin Firth currently, so my recovery is I read and watch everything I can about Colin Firth. Dig into Yellowstone, whatever it is for you. I've known leaders that like to play the electric guitar with no talent and went down to the basement and got down with the Fender Stratocaster. It doesn't matter what it is. Lincoln liked bawdy stories and the theater, right? Rachel Carson liked to watch birds. I mean, every leader has something that they're passionate about that takes them away from everything else. And that is so very important. Last point, and I'll stop. I think that kindness, this is new. I think that kindness is in short supply right now and is in great demand. So your kindness to yourself, the quick forgiving, the learning forward, I had a bad horse trainer who used to say, pat your horse and then pat yourself on the head. All you leaders work so hard for others. Kindness to yourself will help with kindness to others, and everyone needs kindness right now. Everyone's hurting. I'm just so struck by this. And everyone's hurting in different ways. Everyone's hurting. And yes, there are many people that are much more vulnerable, and we want to do everything we can to acknowledge that and to help those people. But we also want as much kindness and care as we can summon, first for ourselves, because that enables us to bring it to others. I just think kindness is way more important than it's being talked about or practiced right now. So let me just stop there. I've gone over just a little bit, and we'll talk about anything that you want to talk about. My job is to help you in any tiny way I can.
And you're helping us in the biggest of ways, Nancy, and it's so I'm just watching chat. I got to be in a room with Lee Bosseller, renowned CFO of Tandem. And if you want to hear somebody who knows her numbers, knows how to, nerves of steel over the years, nerves of steel. And you've earned everything, you've earned every bit of success that all of you are experiencing right now, Lee, and that I know our whole field feels all of you guys taking us higher. You had a really interesting question to ask, Nancy. I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Thanks, Kelly.
She's muted.
Thanks, Kelly. That was so incredibly kind of you for that introduction. I appreciate it very much. Nancy, you said so many inspiring things. I think one thing that we're all struggling with right now is the communication topic. You mentioned communicate often, communicate frequently, communicate ad nauseum to where you feel like you couldn't communicate anymore. I think one of the challenges today in this world is with all of the social unrest, political unrest, and everyone has such polarizing opinions. And things keep happening in the world that are impacting everyone in our organizations very directly. How do we as leaders communicate without necessarily taking a side and alienating people who might have differing opinions? Or maybe you would say, take a side and be strong about it. But I'm just curious about your thoughts on communication today in this type of environment.
Speak to our higher selves. That's always it's always a good course. So I don't generally encourage leaders everything is political and everything is important right now. So these are extraordinary times. But speak to people, to the core values and the higher selves. So in a politicized moment, that's really important. I think John Kennedy said in 1963, in the wake of a very famous speech he made at American University, in the final analysis, right, we all breathe the same air. We all want our children to grow up better than we are, and we're all mortal. This is a time for leaders to speak what we all share. All Americans believe in our country, and we want it to get better. And most people that you lead, that you would speak to, want us to be more unified, want us to be more resilient, want us to be, to be more equal not just in statute, but equal in terms of all kinds of larger barriers that have kept many, many people, particularly minorities, but not just minorities, keep minorities from the full access to the promise of America. So I think leaders can speak to what we know to be real and true and good. And you can do that bravely and with great determination. And if you're going to take some hits from people who don't want to talk about that stuff, well, then you got to say, okay, I'm leading on the higher path, and I'm going to do that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I've done some work. I'm doing a lot more right now on not so much on diversity, but on inclusion, which if you look organization by organization, turns out to be more complicated and much more difficult. Real ownership in organizations that have traditionally been dominated by white Americans or other definitions of historically powerful groups. Inclusion and ownership turns out to be much thornier. And here's one of the interesting things of the beginnings of the research I'm doing. We have to learn how to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. I'm talking about, again, with grace and dignity and goodness as our end. But we have to be okay with that. And we have to help our people be okay with that, because we're trying to build something here that we're way late trying to build, but there's other times we've tried to build it, but we're really trying to do it. And depending on what happens in our election in November, I think there's going to be great momentum to continue this work. And it's going to be amazingly powerful. And so we got to help people do that and get comfortable with being uncomfortable doing things that we haven't done before, but we're now going to try and do.
I'm looking out to see Tracy Brown has a question, and so I'm just gonna go right back to her and see if she can you speak? Yeah,
Yes.
Can we hear you? Thank
Yes.
you.
So, Nancy, the question I have is twofold. One is you have talked about before about collaborative leaders and assertive leaders and toggling back and forth. When you're in this crisis, which side are you on, and when do you know when to toggle? And then the second thing that I've heard you talk about is how you show up matters. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, let me start with the second one, because if I'd not been a little bit late, I would have just included that in the rules of the road. So I'll come to collaborative in a second. Well, another rule of the road, thank you, Tracy. And I've talked about with this, Tracy, on several different contexts, including in Omnicom University many years ago. So how you show up turns out to be another really powerful tool you have as a leader. And that begins with my saying this to you and then letting this seep into your pores. You know it, but sometimes it's good for busy leaders to hear these things again. There are so many eyes on you and so many antenna up, kind of taking your cues, including, by the way, when you walk down to the breakfast table and your kids are seeing you for the first time in the morning, or you walk into their rooms to get them, to wake them up or to put them to bed. They're looking at you and they're taking cues from your body language, your energy, the cadence of your voice, your eye contact or lack of eye contact. You are leading a lot of people. And in a crisis, everyone is desperate to see what's really going on. What's the leader telling me about what the real situation is? So you really want to think about that. How are you going to show up for your mission with your family, your people in your organization, your team, and lots of other people, including the boards you serve on and the other ways you serve all kinds of people, right? Because the world wants you showing up in service to the mission. So the example I like to use of this is, again, someone like, we can use Lincoln, we can use Shackleton, we can use Churchill. All these people had grave doubts and uncertainties along the way. All leaders are, sometimes bombarded with doubts. What you do with the doubts, what you do with the fear, what you do with the uncertainty, right, in relation to your followers is a huge deal. And most leaders don't have much luxury, much latitude in kind of releasing their fears. We've seen examples of this on the national stage, and we see how counterproductive it generally is, how destructive it can be. You want to show up in service to your mission. Shoulders back, right? Core firm, eyes ahead, making eye contact, right? Ready to break through the boundaries of weaknesses, selfishness, laziness, and fears. That is so very important right now. That doesn't mean you don't take moments, safe, trustworthy moments, safe, trustworthy people, because you all have people that have your back. No leader does it alone. To release those emotions, to express them, to be sleepless with them sometimes. All those things are true. but it's the awareness and then the self-discipline, the self-regulation to say, no, I'm going to put these fears over here where I know I can, deal with them rather than in front of my people. That's really important. Collaborative, assertive. So I think that great leaders are like really great Formula One sports cars. They have a number of gears and the clutch is very tight and they can move from 1 to 2 with deft clutching, or 2 to 3 and then to 4 or 5 to 6, right? At a moment's notice on a hairpin turn, right? That's about emotional awareness and again, emotional discipline. And they are very, very good. At certain moments, Tracy's assertive because she needs to be in this moment, right? She's calling the folks to battle, or she's all hands are on deck. We're going to do this. With God as our witness, we're going to do this. And then in another kind of meeting or another kind of context or another kind of set of connections, she's collaborative because she needs to be collaborative, right? All great leaders are both and, as a therapist would say, right? And they are able to quickly see what's needed, right? Including, by the way, moments is a question I always get when I talk about showing up, moments when a leader wants to reveal a vulnerability, not because they need therapy, not because they can't contain it anymore, so they got to spit it out, like in a reality TV show. We don't do that, but because they want their people to be able to relate to their humanity. So they will, in a thoughtful, often calculated way, reveal a vulnerability, right? And then in a sense, right, help their people relate to them. And then in the next moment, they'll be bravely inspiring people with all of their experience and all of their authority to do their jobs and get through the next wave. So both and, collaborative and assertive, you're a very, very sophisticated gearbox. Use them all, use them as you need to. You know how to use that clutch to enable that facility.
Thank you.
I'm loving that. Nancy, I don't know if you know this, but Martha is here. Martha Aronson Goldberg is going to be here. I'm speaking in the next section on board leadership with Adrian Castro. It's going to be phenomenal. You have spent so much time on boards. I just wanted to know, we'll move to a couple more questions, but I wanted to hear you talk about boards a little bit in this time. What do you want to see on boards? Who are you the most impressed by, if you feel like sharing any names or lessons learned?
So I've been on several boards, private and public, in the last 20 years. I'm not currently on any business boards. To be a really good board member, even for a moribund board, and there are plenty of moribund boards out there, to be a really good board member demands a lot of time and commitment. And in a crisis like today, it demands being able to shake your schedule up and turn on a dime. And I've been through a number of huge crises with boards, and including attempted coups d'etats with CEOs and takeovers and things. And you have to be ready to do that. And that is not easy for a lot of very busy people. So the first thing I'd say about a board is, right, really think long and hard about, why you want to do it. Second, choose your board very, very carefully. You don't want to be on a moribund board. I've done that once. You do not want to do that. It just doesn't serve you well. You can perform a very valuable function, but you're always rowing upstream. So that's the second thing I'd say. A third thing I'd say is figure out why they want you on the board, because that will help you determine what kind of latitude you have going in. You'll earn a lot more as you go, because really good board membership is all about earning your stripes. But really try and understand why they want you, and don't settle for a board that wants you because you're a woman or wants you because you're a person of color. That's not a good enough reason. It's important. We certainly want to diversify boards, but we want to diversify them and give the talent that comes on, right, incredible space and agency to use what they bring to the table. So you really want to do your due diligence on that. Make some phone calls, talk to former board members, right? Don't just let Heidrick and Struggles or Korn Ferry put you on a board and say, this is going to be great for you. So it's really interesting. I've learned a ton on boards. It's been an incredible education. Every board I've been on, and and including Athena Health, which was a healthcare company that I was the first outside director on. I was there for 10 years, 11 years, absolutely fascinating. I learned a ton. So it's a great education, but to do that, it's a tremendous amount of work. I think we're underselling in the interests of the supposed glamour of boards. I think we're underselling the real work that's involved in fiduciary responsibility, well executed. So, you know, it's like the Anglican marriage ceremony, right? The first Anglican prayer book, not to be entered into lightly or ill-advisedly.
Thank you so much. It is remarkable to hear, just to hear about your experiences on boards yourself and to hear what's impressed you about leaders. Maybe the last question we will give here. Can you speak a little bit, if you're open to it, to, this is from Jennifer Hone, to women versus men in terms of how to manage crises publicly, effectively?
Sure. So I think it was really interesting.
We're going to move right into the board panel. Yeah, thank you.
So I'll answer the question, then I want to leave with a benediction for all of you. So I thought it was really interesting that the story that Tracy put up as a headline with Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand there. So the New York Times, several actually major mainstream, relatively trustworthy media sources have run stories on women and it's as crisis leaders in terms of performance. And that's a pretty unequivocal story. From Angela Merkel to Jacinda Ardern to Gretchen Whitmer, there's a host of women leaders that have risen to the challenge of this crisis with extraordinary speed and efficiency and effectiveness and grace. If you haven't spent any time with Jacinda Ardern, just Google her and watch her Facebook live announcement of the lockdown in March. And then you want to talk about redefining leadership? Wow. And then go back to what she said in 3 different short speeches during the Christchurch mosque shootings of March 2019. She is someone to watch, holy moly. So I think what's going on here is a couple of things. First, I think this part of leaders in crisis are never just agents of execution. They're not just solving external problems. You have to minister to people's hearts as well as their heads. You have to ground them. You have to have careful, right, thoughtful empathy that is useful to them in becoming part of the solution to the problems. You have to have a way of bringing lots of people together and listening to experts. I'll never forget during the financial crisis of 2008 and the aftermath, there were a host of stories about how women traders on all these different trading floors around the world made such better bets during the financial meltdown than men. And it turned out that women were more broader looking at the sources they thought of before they made bets. They read more analyst reports. They did more homework. So those kind of skills, working hard, integrating across categories, doing your homework, getting expert input are absolutely at a much higher premium during a crisis. You're in a battle for people's hearts and their minds, and you're trying to drive in this crisis, as you were in World War II and other seismic events, compliance in different forms. And I think women understand that in a way that men, in a more nuanced, emotionally aware, and multifaceted way than men do. And lastly, but not least, women bring their humanity to the table, careful, thoughtfully, well packaged, all important. And again, when the ultimate stakes are life and death, or life and health and death, that kind of ability, that kind of humanity takes on a mission critical significance. So we're not done yet. We're gonna see other women rise and come to the national forefront or the international forefront as the real heroines of leaders in this crisis. Last thing I want to say before we pass the baton. The world, I know this. I've been studying history of leaders, individual leaders for 27 years. And unlike a basketball player, an economist, historians just get better and better as we get older. And I'm aging as we speak. But I can say with great confidence, with just an extraordinary track record, that the world has never needed you to be at your best more than it does now. It needs you so critically because so much is being reshaped. So much is up for grabs right now. That post-COVID world is being made in the 4 hours you're going to talk on Wild. So this is your moment. Don't settle for being anything but the best you can be. And when it doesn't happen today, the next day rededicate, have that leadership covenant with yourself and honor it over and over again, because the world really needs you.
This leadership covenant with ourselves, I mean, is there a more amazing moment than that? And it fits so well with what we're going to next. Nancy, thank you so much. All of us have been writing and typing and just kind of imbuing all of this brilliance from you to us, and you spending so many moments with us just means the world to us, the world to Wild. I am not even going to spend very much time on the introduction here of our next two speakers, Julie Castro-Abrams and Martha. Our speakers today really exemplify women advancing to the pinnacle of corporate and nonprofit leadership through work on with boards of directors of all kinds. They live, just the way that they live has so much about elevating women. So we're going to give you more about them in chat, and I'm going to hand it right over to them, if that sounds good to you, Julie, and then again, Martha Goldberg Aronson, a hero of mine, a classmate of mine from Harvard Business School, and looking at all of her accomplishments, building companies. She used to run a big part of Medtronic Diabetes Care. She's on the board of Rita Bionics now, and is living cardiovascular disease and is making us smarter in so many ways. This is just a little bit about the two of them. Julie has made such a difference. She's kind of an anointer. Everybody goes to her to figure out who to put on board. So I'm going to send it over to the two of you now, and what an honor to have you both with us. Thank you.
Thank you. That was super fun, Nancy. Just want to say to everyone, this is actually life and death for us. And right now, our country is filled with boards that are either all men or all men, one woman, or one something, and that person doesn't have a voice. And so what we're looking for is to get you to understand the journey, and when it's appropriate, when it's the right time for you to raise your hand and step up. There's some scaffolding you can think about what are the right kinds of boards when in your career. And so that's a little bit of what we want to share with you today. So I understand you're going to share the slides with us in a second. Happy to dive in and tell you a little bit more about the landscape. But just so you know who I am, I'm Julie Castro-Abrams. I'm the CEO of a network of over 13,000 women called How Women Lead. And we drove California's legislation on public company board director diversity that's been replicated in 6 states. And this week we had another historic legislation that has come through requiring that at least one of those directors that are put on California boards is a person from an underrepresented ethnic or racial group. Not good enough. Based on our population, it should be 50%, but at least we're making progress. And I feel like people are starting to move away from this old story that there's not a pipeline of women or women aren't prepared. That's preposterous. And one little data point I'll tell you is one of the searches that the first search I ever did actually, I gave a candidate list of 12 great women as prospects for the board. Older white gentleman who was the chair of the board had said to me he couldn't find any women. He had hired Spencer Stewart or some of these bigger firms. And he literally looked at that list and checked everyone out and said, I could replace my whole board with this list of 12 women. Where'd you find them? I was like, you just don't know where to look. And what you need to remember is boards are very intimate and important decision-making bodies. And in those moments when we are bringing those boards together to make very difficult decisions, they need to feel like they can trust the people around them. Unfortunately, the way our brains work is we trust people like us. Kelly trusts somebody who went to Harvard Business School with her. It's just normal. It's how we function. It's how we are. We have to actively work to build relationships and trust with people who are different than we are. It's part of our heuristic in our brains. So with that, what do you think, Kelly? Are we going to pull up the slides, or should I just
I hope so.
interviewing? Okay,
Very good.
fantastic.
Thank you.
All
very
right,
much.
good. Just so folks know, we do corporate board placements under our organization called Board Leaders. We also started a venture fund, and I'm one of the general partners. And what's important about that, besides the fact that over half of our investors are women of color, which means women are at the centerpiece of the power and owning the decision making. We get our deals from these women of color who are the majority of our investors. And so all of this is structured to open the doors of power for women leaders like you, so you can step in and step up and say and demand your place. If you want to advance the slide. Real fast, just so you know, we have a credo in our organization where we ask everybody to sort of be different with each other. You know, that mean girl behavior that it's always been so uncomfortable, and some women still hold on to that. We ask people who are involved with our organization to sort of step up to a new way of being. So we ask people to be fierce advocates for each other. We ask you to say yes to helping each other and connecting each other. Men are better at this than we are, ladies. Unfortunately, a guy has to meet someone once and they open all kinds of doors, and they say, oh, would you introduce me to Joe Schmo board member or venture capitalist? And they say yes, but women act strangely protective. And so I want to assert and ask you to be different, to actually say yes first and make those introductions. Third, we ask you to reinforce her voice when she speaks up and isn't being heard. I just talked to this woman yesterday who is literally one of the premier public company directors in the world. Her name's Evelyn Dilsaver. Check her out. She was the president of the Schwab's mutual fund companies when I met her, and that was 10, 15 years ago. Evelyn said she literally speaks up in board meetings and people don't hear her. And she has to rally advocates, or she has to fight for herself. This is literally someone who's been on public company boards, the biggest in the world. Blue Shield, for example. I'm not saying she said this about Blue Shield, but she said she still, even today, has to fight to have her voice be heard. A guy 10 minutes later will say it was his idea, right? And finally, and this is probably the hardest for a lot of us, but we ask you to be unabashedly visible. And I'll just remind you, our daughters are watching. My daughter is watching how you show up, how powerful you are, the confidence with which you carry yourself. So my invitation to all of you is to think differently about how you show up in the world, and to try and move towards a world where women are supporting each other better and in a different way. Okay, Kelly. All right, so real quick, we're going to talk about the landscape. We're going to talk about why you should consider serving on a board and what do recruiters look for. And then we'll have an opportunity for some Q&A. This is just about the Russell 3000 index, which is just one of the investment indices. But you can see that there's some decent movement that's happening. We've been part of something called 2020 Women on Boards. I encourage you to check it out. If you're not in California and can't get involved with us, not that, you know, it doesn't matter anymore where you are, of course, but this is a global effort to establish a goal to get 20% of public directors on the Russell 3000 as women. And we met that goal last year, 1 year early. It was supposed to be by 2020. So we're really happy about that. But what's kind of interesting here, if you look at the numbers, is the companies that are the largest, the most mature, are doing better than the companies that are younger. The reason why I want you to really absorb this is it is that pre-public company that is failing. Our private companies are filled with venture capitalists, and women aren't stepping into those venture capital roles. And so that is an opportunity for all of us. There's a definition called an accredited investor, and that's somebody who, you know, makes $200,000 a year for the last 2 years, or some different other indicators you could look at as well. Only 5% of women who are accredited investors actually invest in venture, private equity, or angel, and 30% of men do. So ladies, we have room to grow and take more positions of power. We have the money and the wealth more than we've ever had before. Thanks, Kelly. another thing that's kind of interesting is if you just look at how the board composition has shifted, for the most part, companies increase the size of their board to add a woman director. I know that at Schwab, for example, they did a great job pretty early on when all this movement happened. And this year, a friend of mine who's a director at Schwab, a man, is terming off, and they're not going to replace him. So this is a moment where there's a kind of an explosion of opportunity. And it's possible that after they fill these boards and meet the criteria, which is the California legislation says up to 3 directors by next year, that we're going to have a lull where there's not going to be a lot of new board seats. So it's important for you to understand the landscape because of this. Next one, thanks. And here's the mantra I've been singing so far today, is there's not enough women who are decision makers in venture. And therefore, we're not taking those venture capital board seats. And the only, the real representation of women is those first independent directors, but it's still very paltry numbers. We're not doing a good enough job. And it's causing a problem. I don't know if any of you watched what happened with WeWork when they went public, but they pretended like they were throwing a woman on the board at the very last minute as the company went public. It certainly wasn't in time to do any governance, insert any sort of discipline in the governance, and the company just had a failure of governance for the years running up to their public launch. So our goal at How Women Lead is to make gender diversity in the boardroom a priority for companies and for you. We do board readiness training. We do movement building. We make sure companies are getting recognized when they do a good job, but we also ask them to step up when they're not doing a great job. I'm going to switch to the next one. And this is the Senate Bill 826, the California mandate for gender diversity on the boards. So last year it was required that we have at least 1 woman on the board, and we partner with the Secretary of State's office and support them in looking at how, what are we going to do for those companies that have not either reported or have reported that they're underperforming. The responsibility is this year to have 2 women on the board, and most public companies are going to need to have 3 women on their board next year because they have more than 6 directors. And most of the companies are choosing to go ahead and put the women on the board, but a couple of them are still hanging on to these old stories, and they're saying they're just going to pay the fine, but that's not good for their public image, and their employees and other stakeholders are watching. So why serve on a board? Why don't you move us to the next one? What I want you to know is that it makes you better at your job if you already have a day job. And that's one of the things you can tell your company. Often you have to ask permission from your company whether or not you can serve on a board, but it makes you better. But what we also know is it's better for companies. Companies perform 26% better. And, there's all these other beautiful reasons. We're short on time today, but remember, the safety of recalls is just all you need to know for your industry. It's super important that we have that diversity. So what do recruiters look for? First and foremost, you have to have somebody who's going to meet the needs of the company, who knows either knows where the company is going to be and can advise the company on its direction, or somebody who has positional experience that they need. Often people will come to me and say, for example, I have one search right now. So if this happens to be you, they're looking for a Black CHRO who has e-commerce experience. Can be that narrow. I literally had somebody ask me for an African-American woman who was in her mid-40s. I mean, that narrow and that specific, because they're really trying to get diversity on their board. Of course, you have to know that this is interesting and important for you and what you want to be involved in. If it's a public company board in particular, you can't really go off that board without it causing problems for both the company and for your reputation. So you have to know that you want to go on that board and that you're interested in playing for 9 to 12 years. So with that, I'm super excited that we have one of your most important directors in your industry who's with us today. Martha.
Hi, Julie.
Your board career is incredible. How did you start? Why did you even decide to start going on boards?
Well, let's see. I, like many people, would just kind of had my head down and was doing my job at, some of the big medical device companies that you all know. I spent 18 years at Medtronic. And on my first board, actually, I was contacted by someone in executive search. And Julie, you probably have the latest statistics, but the ones I run with are that still the vast majority of board seats are not found through executive recruiters, but are really more through the network of the board members themselves. So this was a company that was trying to expand into the medical space, and they found a couple of us from the med device industry. And so that's really how I got on my first board. And I have to say, and then I kind of got a little bit of the bug. And a couple years later, when I had I had my own health issues and decided to sort of pivot the way I was living my life and take a break from running big P&Ls, then I switched and joined several more boards.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, almost 90% are word of mouth. And for most of the directors that I interview, these women say they got their first board seat because they were on a nonprofit board with somebody that had a for-profit board that was looking for a board seat. So scaffolding your career and starting with that, with public visibility, just be of service and be out there in the world so people know you and know your value proposition. If they're going to invite you into those critical moments, Martha, we need them to be as trustworthy and well-known as you in the industry.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, just to comment on that, Julie, because I think you're right on. I mean, a number of people, right, a number of you on this meeting today, I'm sure, are in significant operating roles, right? And that's fantastic. And I encourage you to keep going and keep saying yes to bigger and bigger operating roles and get the P&L experience as you can, as best you can, get international experience. But I think it's really important, as you said, that that's not the only path. And I have seen, I think, as you said, understanding how things work and flow in a boardroom, you can learn many, many, many of the skills in a nonprofit boardroom that are extremely applicable if you get into a public company boardroom. So I think it's a really smart thing to do. As you said, people there will notice you. And I can tell you that from some of my nonprofit experience, some of the people I've worked with in that space, I've since recommended to recruiters who've called me about a corporate board that doesn't work for me, but I'm able to recommend some of these people because I've seen them. And vice versa, I can tell you which people whose names I'm not passing on, right? So you really do. You see the good folks, and it's very applicable.
Yeah, exactly. So when you went on that first board, what were you excited about? What do you get out of being on these boards? What do you enjoy and what do you make happen in the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you and Nancy sort of talked about it. It's knowing, what are you bringing to the party, right? And it's, and whether it's industry experience, a network of contacts, you may be a financial expert. So there's a real need on, let's say, an audit committee. So I think it's really thinking about that. And then, some of the bigger pieces that you really think about when you're on a board, right, are around strategy, succession planning, fiduciary responsibility. And so I think, again, you think about which pieces of that and how can I be most helpful based on whatever you consider to be more your area of expertise or areas of focus. And so for me, that's the way it's really kind of evolved. I've ended up chairing a couple compensation committees. And so that those things tend to kind of build on themselves over time.
So Martha, in your operator roles, were you reporting to the board? Were you presenting or staffing any committees?
Yeah, I mean, in my operating roles, I reported, I had a great deal of interaction with the board, more just, reporting on business updates, quarterly updates, as well as strategic planning were the main topics for me when I was in my operating roles. But I never actually sort of staffed a board committee, but it was more because I was running various businesses, keeping them abreast of the strategic issues.
Yeah, as someone who does search, I'll have people come to me and they say they want every single thing under the sun, including someone who's already been on public company boards. And I'm like, all right, well, you know, what do you really need? If everybody on this board's been on public company boards, what, you know, let's get to the real deal. And people will use nonprofit board leadership, especially bigger nonprofits and people who have led those committees like COMP, but they'll also, it's people who staffed those roles in their operating roles, staff the board. It's worth it. You see how the board functions, you see what decisions you know, what they're trying to wrestle with, and also just the behavior of how to be on a board. So I just want everybody to know there are ways to get this experience. And I say, raise your hand if you're not being given those opportunities, then it would be appropriate for you to do so. You know, I'd love to hear a little bit more about your work at Medtronic and in Medtronic diabetes and how that informed the kind of work that you're doing today on boards.
Yeah, great question. So after 18 years, you start to feel like you've had every job in the place, just about. And I was lucky enough to get asked to move to Europe for several years. And so I moved to Switzerland with a 3-year-old and a 5-month-old, came back 3 years later, 7 months pregnant, but that's a story for another day, perhaps. But when I went over there, I was in charge of all the businesses. There were about 5 different businesses at the time. Medtronic, if you weren't having something to do with the heart, you were in the neurological division. So as I tell people, neuro at the time was sort of D, none of the above, because it wasn't cardiac. And so I had neurosurgery, I had deep brain stimulation, implantable drug pumps for spasticity and other neurological disorders. I had gastrointestinal disorders and urology disorders. And then I also had diabetes. And to be very honest, that's when I kind of fell in love with the space. So because, you know, so many other products and medical devices, or certainly at Medtronic at the time, would be sort of, I'll call them one-off products, right? I mean, if you have a cardiac incident, you go in, they say, you know, you need a stent, you need a pacemaker, and then you go home and hopefully you're living your life again, right? And so there's just not as deep a connection. But obviously, the people who are living with type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes, it is constant, and it impacts not only that person's life, but all the people around that person. And so there's an incredible community, right? And frankly, the community, you know, a good deal of that cohesion is thanks to Kelly Close, as you all know, and the incredible work that Kelly has done to help educate this community and provide so much support and so many resources to this community. So that's kind of when I fell in love with it, to be quite honest. And then just, you know, your career sort of goes around and round. And then I was just incredibly excited to learn about Beta Bionics in the last couple months. And so, as Kelly said, I just joined that board a couple months ago.
So you get to be on the cutting edge on cool new technologies. You get to, you know, really use your experience, but keep upgaming it because you're constantly innovating in these companies, right? So, I mean, to me, that's extraordinarily fun, especially when you don't have to run the day to day. You get to play in the sandbox and show up for your wisdom and great questions. So actually, on that note, what makes a fantastic board member?
Yeah, I mean, and I think just, you know, on that point, and you heard Nancy Kane say it, right? I mean, it's, you know, yes, it's wonderful because you don't have the day-to-day responsibility. So people say to me, okay, you're on 3 corporate boards, you're on 2 nonprofits, you know, one you're leading at the moment as chair of that board, and another you just finished chairing, like, you know, isn't your life insane? And it's a little insane, but it doesn't feel to me the same sort of level of day-to-day intensity that running, you know, $1 billion global business is. And yet, to Nancy's point, if there's a crisis, you have to find a way to make yourself available to these companies, right? And certainly since COVID, I mean, I can tell you I've been far busier this summer than I've been in a long, long time, because every single organization, for-profit and non-for-profit, we are just having so many more crisis calls, update calls, you know, thinking about cash flow, financings, you know, the list goes on and on, employee safety, all that everybody's dealing with, of course. So it really is important, as Nancy says, you kind of got to know what you're getting into, because you're making a pretty serious commitment that, you know, you will make yourself available on essentially a moment's notice. So I think that's important.
Were you on any boards or able to be on any boards when you were an operator, or did you feel like there was no time for it then and now?
No, I did. I mean, that was my first board was when I still had, you know, a pretty big job operating. And there's no question you have a different mindset, because I was the only other person other than the CEO of the company who had, as I call it, a day job. And I was with, quite honestly, a bunch of retired older men. And so they just wanted to talk and expound, and, you know, and there was one guy, my kids still joke to this day, who would say, you know, when I was CEO, and he just want to talk and talk and talk. And I was thinking, guys, you can go to lunch after the meeting. Like, I got to get back to the office. I got a lot of stuff going on here. And, you know, you're watching the emails pile up and you want to be a focused board member paying attention. So, yeah, and I think, you know, the rule of thumb generally is that if you have a pretty significant day job, most companies will only let you serve on one outside board. So now that it's my full-time job, there's time to serve on multiple. But if you have a day-to-day job, it's really hard to do more than one. And I would absolutely support that. I don't think it's smart to do that.
Yeah. So you're amazing. And this is, you hit everything that I think is important for us to know. I think it's critical we have some operators on every board, even though it's a really big push. You can't do it when you're younger and in the throes and you don't have flexibility with your schedule. But I bet you were an amazing disciplined board member for them then and now. Lori, do you have some audience questions?
Yeah, I do. I have a few questions, and thank you both so much. I just think this is such a fabulous introduction to all of us at all different levels of our own leadership on either what might be next in our career that we could do probably not as gracefully as Martha as an operator and a board member, or what we might aspire to and the track we might take through learning a little bit more of the skills necessary to be an effective board governance person, board director. So the first question I have, Martha, is, and this is, well, for both of you, what would you say some of the best practices you've seen in your role as a board member, or Julie, in your role kind of elevating women to these positions, in terms of how boards best help organizations thrive?
Martha, I'll start and just say disrupting groupthink, asking great questions, having the courage to be the person in the room who calls out the challenging thing. And that's what caused Enron, you know, all this groupthink has been disastrous. And these pontificating people who, frankly, you know, you have board members, we have some boards, really pay attention to this, that literally have people who were CEOs before technology, even before the iPhone. Like it is really problematic for us. How can you have any knowledge about cybersecurity or even med tech devices of today if you haven't been in operations for 20 years?
Yeah. I mean, I was going to go to that similar place. To me, it's culture, right? It's really asking the questions about culture, and that didn't used to be sort of a place where the boards could play. It's absolutely critical, because just to Julie's perfect example on Enron, right? If you were closer to the culture, there would have been much greater understanding on what was going on at that place. So I think that's one of the places that boards are really diving in much more. The other one is around what we call ESG, environmental, social, and governance, which is, again, really just thinking about the world we're living in, social issues, environmental issues, diversity and inclusion, all that kind of falls under the ESG bucket. But I think that's the other place where we're starting to see far more focus, and the top-notch places are making that best practice.
Well, and I don't know how many of you saw the Business Roundtable come out with this statement about a commitment to stakeholders and not just shareholders. And in this age of immediate tweeting about anything that's going on, your employees and your customers can kill your company or create a huge crisis where you got to go to a bunch of board meetings if you're not on top of this stuff quickly. And so it's a whole new day. And if you want to be nerdy like I am, go look at the asset management firms and what their statements are, of what so they're the ones who buy up most of the public stock when a company goes public, right? BlackRock, Fidelity, State Street. they come out with requirements of what they're asking public company boards to focus on. And literally State Street came out last fall and said, culture outpaces physical assets in corporate value. In some 56% overall. In some companies, up to 93% of corporate value is culture. So Martha, you hit the nail on the head with a huge focus and a huge trend. And you look at what's going on this year with Black Lives Matter and all the other things that are happening. You cannot ignore these critical issues, especially if this is your workforce or the people who are buying your products, which is almost impossible to say it is not.
Thank you. So I'd just like to take Jennifer Hone. I'm hoping you may still be here. Otherwise, I'll talk about your question. But she has a question that is in some ways for both of you. One in terms of, well, let her ask. Jennifer?
Sure.
Another
Hi.
person.
I'm here. So I just wanted to ask what training for being a board member really entails. What does that mean? What do you do? How long does it take? Who's appropriate for it? How do you do it?
And I'd love to add on to find out, in addition to what it is, whether Martha or Julie had any of that training.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll start, because then Julie can probably give a great promotion for what she does, because she will train you if you want. So I will admit, I did not go to any formal training programs. There are definitely a number of them out there. I don't think it's a bad idea by any means. But you know, I actually laughed when on my first board, when the founder and chair of the board finally retired. We were at his retirement thing, and he said to me, he said, you know, I've been watching your eyes dart across the room, Martha, for several years now. And because I think I was so busy just trying to soak up what everybody was doing and what they were saying and the body language, you know, you heard Nancy talking about that. I mean, I was trying to read the room all the time to figure out, okay, is this a moment where I can jump in, or, you know, and so I did not go through the formal training. Now, every company I join, you have an orientation program specifically to the company, right? Where we go through the products and the technology and the organization, all that stuff. But there's a lot of specific work out there, and Julie's best to talk about it, about, you know, preparing women in particular as you're joining your first board.
Well, I would just say, Martha, men didn't get trained to go on all these boards either. That said, women are a little different. We like to do things and be good at them. And sometimes men just step out and say, I can do it and I'll figure it out. And so we call it self-efficacy, right? And so much so that if you feel, just because you're asking the question, Jennifer, if you feel like you need the backbone and really know what, you know, get that, you know, all that information so you feel confident that you can step forward powerfully. There are a lot of programs out there. You know, you could go to Harvard, you can go to Stanford, you can go to the Athena Alliance. We're a nonprofit and have created a program for just $500 if you want to do all of the framework for the board readiness, including hearing from the lawyers and the directors and officers insurance policy information. So you just kind of have the baseline. But we also, you know, for $25, I think for $5, you can pull it off our website. So very inexpensive. You can do a cybersecurity webinar for an hour. You can learn about best audit practices, nom and gov practices, compensation committee practices. So, you know, it's not a bad idea. And I would say most good directors are constantly reading so that they're up to date and they feel like they have expertise in it. So some people are out there saying you have to get a certification. They want women to get certifications. And that makes me angry because the men aren't getting certified. I just think if you feel like you need self-efficacy and you want to stand on strong legs, I'm happy to be a resource for you. But Martha's kick-ass and nobody needed to train her. So
yeah, I think the reason that I was asking is that I guess I feel like as a minority on boards, that as at Rose Hospital in Denver used to say outside, our standards are simply higher, and that there is so much riding on the vanguard of women going on boards, being successful and being effective, that it sort of struck me, and I'm a physician, so I'm accustomed to a certain amount of leadership in certain areas, but not in others. And I have some business training, but not a lot. And so I started thinking about, well, how would I really be good at looking deeply into a P&L and really knowing if there were scary things there that needed to be addressed? And
you can learn that. And this is the thing, as somebody who's been inside as a physician, the number one thing a board member does is ask great questions. It's not your job to do the work. It's not your job even to tell them how to do the work most of the time, unless you're really having a big crisis and a problem. But you know, are you good at asking questions to your patients? Have you asked questions to your administration, the operations that you've been part of? And then just to build your sea legs, go on a nonprofit board and just, you know, join the governance committee so that you can start to feel confident that you know how things operate, or go straight on a corporate board. And let me remind you, you can be an advisor to a startup med tech company in diabetes. You could be, you could be an investor. My first investment I made, I think I put $25,000 into a company and I said, I'd like to join the board. And they said, fine, we'll probably kick you off when the big VCs come on. And I said, that's fine. So there are a lot of different ways this can look for you in your journey. And you just have to start. Don't wait, just get going with something, whether it's a nonprofit board or being an advisor to a company you admire. And you know what? Raise your hand because the men ask. They will be very assertive in saying that they want that role. And women sometimes sit around and think until someone asks me, you know, and that's not going to get us anywhere. We need you to be bold and unabashedly visible.
Thank you.
One thing I'd add on the training, there is an organization called National Association of Corporate Directors, or NACD. And a lot of companies will buy a membership so you don't have to pay anything through your company. Or I think for not a huge amount, you can get access to certain amounts. And again, if you have the discipline for the online training, there are a lot of really good sort of sessions and seminars and things that you can learn from that way too.
They're like the gold standard, like the place where people go, and you can go for free for a time or two, but they're a little exclusionary and kind of say you have to be on a public company board, I think, to be a member, but you get to go a couple times. But read, there's stuff online. There's no reason you can't figure out most of this if you want to be self-directed online. It's kind of, with new information that you need to hear the words a couple times, sometimes it's better to do it in a group. But
Fabulous, everybody. I want to welcome everyone back. This is going to be the lead into a really, really special talk by Dr. Sahar Youssef. Again, becoming superhuman, the science of work from productivity. That could not sound better to me. And if you didn't take the little quiz that came with the instruction materials, I really encourage you to do so. It can be super fast, but don't do it during the next couple of minutes. I am so excited to hand things over to Michael Johnson. He has just been a vision at Abbott Diabetes Care. He's been climbing the ladder since he arrived. He's been in Abbott very many years, haven't you, Michael? And gotten a really amazing recent promotion that is really a big deal, a lot of power. Michael's moving from the Bay Area back up to Chicago. He's becoming Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. And the way that he has just looked after so many people, so many amazing stories about him, about the stuff that Michael does to lift people and elevate them. And that is exactly what I felt like he has done for us at Wild. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Michael, and just say thank you so much. And I can't wait to hear your introduction of Sahar.
Kelly, thanks so incredibly much. You are incredibly too kind with your words. I got to say that it's been such a tremendous partnership, and I just have to thank you really for your vision, you and Lori, for your vision around Wild. I just feel like Tracy said it in her talk, that the time is now. There's so many great things about Wild and why we're doing this to impact people's lives. It's one of the reasons why we wanted to be founding sponsors in this initiative in Abbott Diabetes Care. Quite frankly, when you start thinking about diversity and leadership to maximize outcomes for people with diabetes, there is no more nobler mission than that. I think we all know, as Tracy highlighted, that quite frankly, it's going to take all of us. It's going to take clinicians. It's going to take industry. It's going to take this company, all of our companies to jump in on this. And we invite everyone to join. And I'd love to see more founding sponsors on this thing because quite frankly, when we think about the intersectionality of all of these issues, whether or not it's around equity, equality, race, gender, sexual orientation, the intersectionality is so high, especially with women. Everyone, no matter who you are, if you are a majority member, has a woman in their life. And sometimes that is how we begin to understand issues that around people that are different than us. So I just have to say thank you so much for allowing us to be part of this. We feel it's just such a tremendous thing that you're doing to lead it. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Kelly. And I think I speak for everyone on the call. The sessions today have been tremendous. Oh my gosh, I was texting back and forth with some of our colleagues in Abbott Diabetes Care, and I got a text that said, I love Wild. I got a text that said, Nancy is awesome. I got, of course, many texts about Tracy's incredible opening. And then, my gosh, the board conversation, tremendous. Thank you so much for that. That was all wonderful. And I am incredibly happy to be able to introduce Dr. Sahar Youssef. She is a neuroscientist at UC Berkeley. I've had a chance to see her talk numerous times, and every time I have seen it, I walk away with a new nugget of understanding about how to become superhuman. And I tell you what, I gotta say I was skeptical when I first heard that title, How to Become Superhuman. But when you start putting into practice these things that she talks about, you start realizing you are becoming much better and much more productive at what you're doing. Her talk is amazing, and I don't want to say anything more to take away from the time that she has because she's just phenomenal. I can't say enough good things. So you're in for a big treat with Dr. Sahar Youssef, and I'll turn it over to her. Thanks so much.
Michael, you're too kind. I miss seeing you in person. I miss seeing anyone in person for that. But it's really good to see your face. Thank you so much for that warm intro. All right, I know where time is of the essence right now. So as Michael, I know already is very familiar with my speaking style. It's a fire hose. So I know we're late in the day for most, which is probably the most strategic time for me to go. So strap in. Take notes, put your phone away. There will be a lot happening very, very quickly. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump in and get started. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump in. So what to expect. I'm gonna go over the 6 biggest mistakes, always pulling from the biology research and the neuroscience literature, that human beings have a tendency to make when they're newly working from home. Every single one of these 6 mini modules in the presentation today is going to have the same structure. I'm going to first talk about what that mistake is. Then I'm going to talk about the brain principle at play behind that mistake. Then dive into some of that research so we can look at the data. And then we're going to end with takeaways, practical things that we can start doing today, tomorrow, to really address that mistake and try not to make it as frequently. All of the different tips and tricks are going to be highly practical and things that you can easily share as well with the folks that you work most closely with. And I'll be talking about how to actually increase your team's productivity by 25+% without increasing number of hours worked. This is something that's near and dear to my heart. I know the Becoming Superhuman brand is a little bit, it sounds very flashy, but the real big ask, and from a biologist standpoint, and I know I'm not alone in this audience, is really, it's not about becoming superhuman, it's about remembering how we are human. It's about putting the human part first so that we can allow the basic principles of biology and neuroscience that dictate how our brains and bodies work best, to have that really be the driver of the methods of productivity that we utilize throughout the course of the day and week. And the goal really is get the important work done so that you can then go and spend the rest of your time with your loved ones and your family. That is really always the ultimate goal. Take notes. I'll be moving as fast as possible, and then we're going to save all of the questions for rapid fire at the very end. So you can go ahead and, as everyone has mentioned in the chat, you can use the chat to go ahead and put questions in, and I will just see it at the very end, and then we'll go through it very, very quickly. All right, so with that, mistake number one, and that is muddled associations. Now, what is muddled associations? What do I mean by that? Well, the brain principle at play behind this, the mistake of muddled associations, is that our behavior as human beings is predominantly driven by our neural networks. Now, what is a neural network? A neural network is a pattern of electrical activation in the brain. It's when all the different neurons are speaking to one another, and as you do certain things, you have memories that allow that neural network to become deeper, more strong, and that behavior starts to become a little bit more automatic. So in response to some sort of stimulus, that stimulus could be a room that you're sitting in, your environment. It could be an object like a cup of coffee, the mug you're using. It could be something you're seeing, smelling, hearing, some sort of stimulus, another human being. Seeing Michael even over video reminded me of all of my really great memories working with Abbott and the entire sort of Abbott family. That's a stimulus. That is actually going to cause neural activation. This is electrical activation in my brain. That neural activation will then either make some behaviors more likely or less likely. And in some cases, automatic or not automatic, like in a fight or flight response. Okay. So let's talk about a very practical example here. Let's talk about a library in this case. Now, if you don't feel like you're in the most ideal brain state for getting focused, productive work done, maybe you're not really in the brain state, you have a lot of other things going on, you're not feeling really on it, motivated, whatever it may be, but you need to make a few strategic decisions and they need to get done in the next couple of hours, but you're not feeling in that ideal brain state. Maybe even thinking back to college years when we had access to libraries more often, whatever that may be. If you're not in an ideal brain state, walking into an environment that has all of these memories associated with it of focused, productive work, of thinking strategically, etc., can help trigger you into that kind of behavioral mode, into that more ideal brain state. If anyone has maybe some memories of getting, lots of really important work done and lots of important learning done in a library setting, the environment will actually cause electrical activation, and that electrical activation can make the behavior seem more or less likely afterwards. You have a set of memories, what's appropriate and what is expected behavior in a library versus, let's say, a nightclub. If I asked you to do all of your strategic work in a nightclub, you don't have any memories of, with your note cards studying or doing important productive work in a nightclub. Those environments have memories associated with them that, again, make it either more or less likely for you to get into that certain headspace. Let's talk about our current predicament. We're all sheltering in place. We're stuck at home for the most part. I want you all to think about what percentage of memories you have in your homes that might actually be associated with high-level strategy, focused, productive work. It's not going to be it's not even going to be 50% unless you have a long history of working remote and you have an at-home office that you've been working in. Our homes are associated with our loved ones, our families, binge watching Netflix on the couch, sleep, relaxation, making good food, rest and rejuvenation. That's what our homes are associated with, not necessarily, again, that focused, productive headspace. So if you have recently found it difficult to get into that 100% on brain state that you might be in if you were in person at a board meeting, wherever that might be, you're not alone. It's also not your fault. Your brain is literally electrically confused. That's the easiest way to describe it. Your brain is looking around in its environment, constantly scanning the environment. It's seeing your couch, it's seeing the kitchen table, and it's going, oh, I know what those objects are. I know what this environment it is, and I know all of the expected behaviors in this environment. Those expected behaviors are usually not going to be, again, focused, productive work. So what can we do here? What are the takeaways? How can we start, as I call them, designing and architecting these cognitive associations and these neural networks to work in our benefit? Because really, honestly, there are two options here. We're either the victim of these cognitive associations or we're the architect of them. So I urge everyone before, shelter in place and work from home becomes, a multi-year predicament. We don't know how long this is going to last. It's not too late. So jump on it now to really start designing out these associations. The ideal
is to have a dedicated workspace in a separate or private area. Does that mean you need an entire office with a door closed? No, not necessarily. The goal is to have a clean slate for your brain. You want a place in your house that isn't associated, just like the nightclub and the library that we were talking about, that isn't associated with sleep, binge watching Netflix, whatever it may be. You want a clean slate. And I'll be the first one to say, I'm low on space all of the time. In my own home, I had an old student actually send in this photo, an old student who's in actually in investment banking, and she gutted a hallway closet when shelter in place first hit and actually created, and she can't even close the door because it's actually a hallway closet. But in her mind, she was thinking, okay, everything you've taught me about neuroscience tells me I need to find a spot in my house that I don't have a lot of memories in. And I mean, for most of us, I hope we don't have a lot of memories in hallway closets. It's associated with what, like extra linen for guests, etc. You can get into that space. I've seen folks do really creative things with carving out little corners of their garage, whatever you can do to just make a space in your home that is your workstation. Even if that means buying a little setup, a table that you can set up and then break down at the end of the day. So that table becomes sacred to you. Now, again, if you're super low on space, that is not a problem. There's a way to still implement this particular strategy, and that is to introduce a new physical stimulus into that environment that might be your kitchen table. Let's say you're working at your kitchen table. There's nowhere else to work. That's fine. Introduce something to that environment where so your brain goes, this isn't my kitchen table anymore. Something is different. If that means introducing a focus candle and lighting it ritualistically, so the sight of it, the act of lighting it, the smell of it, all is associated with when that candle's out, it's now work mode. And when the candle's put away, you get your kitchen table back. Now, all of a sudden it's about, shared meals with loved ones, etc. But you want to have some sort of physical trigger where that area becomes either the on or the off mode. That can be literally covering the table with a tablecloth, or, if you don't have a tablecloth, a scarf from the closet, whatever it may be. But you want to have something that you can see that actually has a sensory element to it, that's visual in the area, that indicates when that area of your home is now your office, so that you can also put it away at the end of the day. You want to be able to get into that 100% on and off mode. I'm speaking a lot about getting into on mode, but off, in a moment of, this is my, call to action for you all. This is why I'm starting with muddled associations as the #1 mistake. There's a reason for it. And that is, if we are not careful, if we do not create clean and clear boundaries for our minds, for our brains, these associations are going to start to become so muddled that it's going to be nearly impossible not only to turn 100% on for your work, but it will be impossible to turn 100% off. You're going to be thinking about work in the background when you are sleeping at night. Sleep issues go up drastically in percentage in populations when we're working from home, and that's because of these issues. If we don't have clean and clear boundaries, cognitive boundaries. I'm not talking about, I'm not going to check email after 7 p.m., whatever that boundary is, that's fine. But I mean literally physical boundaries in your home, sensory boundaries in your home, and cognitive boundaries. Having ramp down music, a song that you play every single day that marks the end of your day, a song that you play that marks the beginning of your day, whatever that may be, some signal to send your brain, some routine that you can create in your mind that indicates when it's on and when it's off. I'll give you an example of something I do. I have music that I listen to during the day, and I never listen to it on weekends and evenings when I'm not working. I have music that I only listen to when I'm relaxing, and I have a mug, my work mug looks like this. I have a very different set of mugs that I use in the evenings for herbal tea, or glass of wine, whatever your poison is in the evening. But the point is consistency. That is important. All right, mistake #2, and that is poor hygiene. And I assure you, I'm not going to launch into a tutorial on how to wash your hands properly during the pandemic. There's far too many physicians and medical professionals on this call. When I'm talking about hygiene, I'm talking about environmental and digital hygiene. Now, the brain principle at play behind this mistake is that the human brain is hardwired, so to speak, to constantly scan the environment for threat, for anything that might be emotionally salient, lions, tigers, and bears. The reason why the human brain does this is, well, going back to evolution, we're not that competitive in the animal kingdom, quite frankly. Human beings are relatively plushy, soft, hairless creatures. Our nails and our teeth are not that sharp. If a lion, tiger, or a bear were to walk in, we would not be able to fight it off. I would definitely not be able to fight it off. Maybe much to Michael's dismay, you would not be able to fight it off. But the point is that human beings across the board are just not that competitive in the animal kingdom. We're just not. So we've been hardwired, so to speak, for our own survival so that we can thrive in our environment, to constantly be listening and looking for anything that might be emotionally salient. If that's a family member, if that's a sound, if it is a threat, we don't know it in that half second. We just can't help but constantly scan and process it. So talking about the real estate in the human brain very briefly, just the real estate in the human brain. You have the occipital cortex in the very back of the head, and then you have the temporal cortex right over here. Both of these brain areas combined make up upwards of 40% of the real estate in the human brain. That's as much of the real estate that they can take up. And both of these brain areas are responsible for visual processing and auditory processing. You can't turn this off. It's just the way that we are wired, so to speak, as I mentioned before. So knowing this, let's talk about some new research that's come out that really supports this, this mistake, and then what we can do about it. Now, the first study I wanted to talk about very briefly, 2018, Harvard came out with the first ever empirical study on open offices. Now, what they did was they followed Fortune 500 companies going from completely closed to completely open offices. And they noticed quite a few things. Two things that I wanted to mention on this call today. The first is they noticed a significant decrease in productivity. The second is they noticed a significant increase in salivary cortisol. Cortisol being a glucocorticoid, a stress hormone in the human body. Now, looking to biologists for why this might be the case, it's no surprise, I think, to most folks who have a background in biology. You take a human being that, again, can't help but constantly scan visual and auditory environment for potential threat, and you put them like a sitting duck in the middle of a room with no walls and completely vulnerable to pretty much every single time Bob gets up to go to the bathroom or Kelly goes and grabs another cup of coffee. You can't help but slightly notice it and process it in the background. Now, excuse me, why am I mentioning an open office study now on this particular call where we're really focused on work from home productivity? Well, I will be the first to tell you, to admit that unfortunately we're in something much worse than an open office. We're in the open home office, as I like to call it. So unless you live alone, everyone in your home, if you can hear conversations, hear their voices in the background, every single time you see somebody walk by, you care more about the people in your home than you do, Bob and Kelly from the office. You can't help it. It's your tribe, it's your community. So it's going to be an even further drain, not only on your ability to focus and get into flow cognitively, because you're going to continue to get pulled out of it, but it's also going to, again, increase cortisol throughout the day, because your brain doesn't know in that split second when it hears something or if it sees somebody walk by, what is it? Is it a threat? And how salient is it? Next set of studies I wanted to talk about is on auditory distraction briefly. This particular set of studies was able to show that background noise, but especially intelligible speech, so that speech that you can understand, can create upwards of a 10% cognitive performance decrement. That means if you can overhear a conversation, forget the open office. I think anyone who has experience working there knows that it can be slightly annoying to overhear all the conversations there, but in your own home, if you can overhear a conversation, somebody else is on a Zoom call, your kids are running around, you cannot help but process that, and you can literally be measurably 10% dumber if you can hear stuff in the background. Now, forget the people. We can't do much about that unless you can, put yourself in a different environment. But even something like having a podcast on in the background, having the TV on, anything that you can hear, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but music in a language that you understand will be draining cognitive resources in the background. Your brain just can't help but process it if it understands what is being said. So take 5 seconds. If you're not in your current workstation, imagine where that might be in your home. What do you see? What do you hear? Kelly's looking around, just like, I don't know, what do I see? Well, let's start thinking about ways we can protect those sensory systems, because again, as I mentioned, Kelly, did you want to chime in?
Oh, it's just funny to me because I actually hear birds now because it's San Francisco and there's not as many planes and there hasn't been as many cars and all of that. This is fascinating. I'm sending it back to you.
I was gonna say birds aren't so bad. They're not English speaking birds, so I think we'll be okay. But yeah, thank you for sharing. But yeah, so thinking about ways we can protect the sensory systems from things that do drain and our background really draining those cognitive resources throughout the course of the day. Now, the reason why I'm harping so much on these cognitive resources, 2 reasons. One, you rely on these things to get your work done, to be 100%, so you can get through it and move on to other more important things. But the second is energy management. We're all dealing with a lot of fatigue right now. And the thing is, you have a finite amount of energy every single day. And if you continue to hear and see unnecessary, goal irrelevant things during the course of the day, you're just pouring out from that energy bin throughout, and then so you're going to exhaust much faster. 5 o'clock is going to roll around and you're going to be much more fatigued than you would be otherwise if you can do a little bit to kind of like a dam, create some boundaries so that you're not processing unnecessary amounts of information. So a couple of quick tips. We're going to start with visual and then we'll move into auditory to protect those sensory systems. Think about what you can do to create a visual barrier or turn towards a wall, just away from foot traffic, whatever you can do. I was actually sent over this somewhat comical image by an SVP over at the Tokyo offices of Google after giving a similar talk. This is pre-COVID, right before shelter in place started. And he sent me an email afterwards and said, thanks, I now have data and a better understanding of why it has always been historically so difficult for me to get my highly strategic, cognitively demanding work done at work. I just end up taking it home with me and I do it in the evening or I do it on the weekend. And it's because, people are constantly walking around and it's super distracting to me. So we actually went after the talk online and bought these $18 Amazon bed sheets and just made a fort in the office. I'm not suggesting you make a fort in your own home unless you want to for different reasons. They are fun. But the point here is what can you do to create some sort of boundary for yourself so that your visual system has a little bit of a break from processing anything that might be unnecessary. So another quick tip here on the topic of visual sensory processing. And I think an often underutilized technique from neuroscience is to close your eyes. If you close your eyes for just a minimum of 10 seconds, we see this massive spike in alpha waves in the brain. And alpha waves are a marker of restfulness for the brain. You're taking the largest piece of real estate in the human brain, that occipital cortex in the very back of the head. That is the largest brain area. All visual processing, that's what it's for. We are visual creatures first and foremost. So when you close your eyes, even for a minimum of 10 seconds, you're waiting for your cup of coffee to get made, you're in between calls, whatever it may be, even during a bathroom break, whatever it may be there, take 10 seconds and just close your eyes. Do it now on the call. I promise nothing that important is going to be happening. I won't be showing you anything mind-blowing for the next 10 seconds. And just see what happens just to your physical system. What restfulness can happen. Actually going ahead and relaxing your eyelids, your eyebrows, letting yourself sink in for a moment. It can make a big difference throughout the course of the day. If you can do this 5 times, 10 times, every single time you're taking a bathroom break in between calls, makes a massive difference. Now this is a COVID-related new tip, since we're all living in Zoom, any kind of WebEx, whatever video conferencing software that you all use. If your video conferencing software has this, hide self view. I cannot stress this enough. This is what it looks like in Zoom. You can click this little ellipses here and go into hide self view. Why is this so important? I want you all to imagine a board meeting where you're giving a really important presentation. This is pre-COVID, so we're all in a conference room together. And you're presenting some slides, whatever it may be, and someone decides to mess with you and they wheel in a massive, floor to ceiling mirror and they put it right on the table in front of you. And they're just like, yeah, try not to be distracted and fix your hair every 5 minutes. It's not going to happen. This is the most biologically unnatural thing for human beings. You're constantly looking at your own reflection while trying to have a meaningful conversation with another human being. It's not normal. The most comical way to think of this is like, imagine you're going on a date and then the entire time the other person has like a mirror up and they're like, yeah, I'm really interested in you. We cannot help but process. Our brains like to see our own reflection. It's very salient to us. You see this even with babies. The moment they figure out a mirror as their own reflection, they're like, they're in love for the rest of their lives. You can't help it. So do yourself a favor. It'll cause far less cognitive drain if you hide self-view. Okay, now moving into the auditory system. Of course, noise canceling headphones are going to be the holy grail here, but they're not absolutely necessary. I use normal everyday headphones. The point here is to use something, anything, even earplugs to just protect your auditory environment from any unnecessary noise that might be happening. In any normal noisy home, we all have them. So think about what you can do to protect that auditory system. Now, if you do like listening to music, which I do as well, especially during the day, if you're doing sort of that high value work, you're not on a call, you're putting together a deck, you're doing an analysis, etc. Totally fine. Just make sure you opt for music with either no lyrics at all or lyrics in a language that you don't understand. Otherwise, you're going to be creating an additional cognitive drain in the background. Okay, so now drum roll, please, for the biggest drain of our cognitive resources throughout the course of the day, and that is the smartphone. I'm going to go over a couple of different studies, but the first, before I start, I do need to admit something to you all, and that is that the science behind why the modern day cell phone is so addictive and creates such a big cognitive drain, it was actually pioneered by evil versions of people like myself. These are behavioral neuroscientists that study things like cognitive addiction, and they were hired and poached hand over foot from labs, mostly in California, but across the US as well, back in the day by these tech companies. Because if you're in the business of selling ads, you're going to need these phones to be as sticky as possible, and for folks to really be almost obsessively checking every single application. So folks, again, evil versions of people like me, I like to think at least that, pioneered and ported over decades worth of addiction research into the modern day smartphone. Everything about the way that your phone looks, feels, everything about the way the notifications look and feel, even the sounds, have been optimized by teams of behavioral neuroscientists that study addiction to be as addictive as humanly possible to the human brain specifically. This is well studied. So do yourself a favor and steal back some of that, control that, again, evil versions of people like me have taken away from all of us, including myself. Couple of quick tips. First, notifications. You don't need them all on. They should all be off, and only the notifications that you absolutely need. Family, emergency, your boss's boss, if you're client facing, your most high level VIP clients, you should be organically checking most of your applications, okay? I know I'm gonna have a women to women moment. I am, especially right now in the world, sometimes we feel like we're superwoman, and we're like secretly controlling everything that's happening in the world. So we want to get all the notifications, and we want to know what's happening all of the time, even in the news. Like, I want to know if there's a forest fire, like 100 miles away, as if what? Like, if I know it in 20 minutes as opposed to right now, am I going to be able to go do something about it? I can't. It's not, I have no effect on it. So you might as well just check it in batched fashions throughout the day. So you stay informed, but you are in control of when you're actually reading and catching up on what's going on in the world. And it's not bombarding you all day with additional added stress, but also just taking away from those cognitive resources, as I mentioned. Now, the other piece here is actually how the phone looks. If you've never tried this before, I would love you all to give this a try and let me know how it goes. But that is to go into your settings and go into grayscale on your phone. Again, everything about the way the icons look, the color saturation and the light that the phone emits has been highly optimized by visual behavioral scientists to be as stimulating as possible to the human brain so that we stay on it for longer, okay? So if you go into grayscale, you're going to make your phone immediately less attractive to you, less stimulating, which means you're going to use it, of course, and you're going to do what needs to be done on it, but you're not going to feel as energized about going from app to app and constantly spending extra time or additional time on it. There's been plenty of studies that have shown that if you go into grayscale, you will spend less time on your phone. Give it a try. It's in your settings. I know Android and iPhone will be slightly different, but I'm happy to send up some follow-up resources. Okay, so now you might be thinking to yourself, great, Sahar, notifications off, phone is in grayscale. So now we're in the clear. The phone is no longer a drain, right, on my brain. Unfortunately, not. This rather frightening study that came out of UT Austin a couple of years ago did a study on a large sample of healthy, young, high performers. They had them do a battery of cognitive assessments in what are called normal conditions. So if anyone's been to sort of a cognitive neuroscience lab, it's a glorified closet where patients or participants go into. It's like a waiting room, like you're gonna get an x-ray done. All of your belongings are outside, you get called in, they set you up in your own little booth room. It's painted all black. There are no windows, nothing there to distract you. The researcher will set you up on a computer. You take the digitized assessments and you come out when you're done. They had them do this just as I described. They had them do this one other time, same individuals, one other time. But this time, before they went in, instead of asking them to leave all of their belongings outside, they asked them, do you have a cell phone? Of course, today's day and age, I was like, yeah, of course. They're like, great. We want to grab your cell phone and power it completely down. Just shut it down, and we're going to ask you to make sure that it's completely off, and you can put it face down on the table next to you so that it doesn't distract you at all. Everyone goes, yeah, that seems reasonable. So they power the phone completely down and put it face down on the table next to them. Across the board, every single assessment they had these folks do. These were tests of attention. So how long you can focus before you get internally distracted. Tests of memory, both short-term and long-term. And the most frightening, a test of general fluid intelligence. across the board, every single score was significantly lower when the phone was present in the room. Now, I wish I could tell you it's because the phone was going off. They got a call, it interrupted them, it distracted them. There was a light, a vibration, phone's off, it's dead, it's a prop. It's like my cup of coffee sitting right next to, the individual. Why would this be the case? Going back to associations, I want you all to think, what happens if there's an emergency with your family? What's your first line of defense? How are you going to get that news? How are people going to get in touch with you? It's going to be on the phone. You get good news, also on the phone. The news in general, also on the phone typically these days. Our phones are not telephones. They're our lifeline. They're how we survive, how we thrive. That's how we stay connected, not only to our loved ones, but also what we love to do, our work, where we pour hundreds and hundreds of hours of our lives into. That your phone is not just a telephone. It's not a corded object, that we used to have, back in the day. I miss phones. But our phones are really just everything. We store memories on them. You have photographs of your loved ones, of your pets, everything on there. It's so much more than a telephone. So even if the phone is completely off, let's say you followed the advice I mentioned here. You go into grayscale, you turn off the notifications, even if it's off. If your phone is in your visual field, if you can see it right now, wherever your phone is, if you can see it, it's making you measurably dumber, because it's activating all of those neural networks that are associated with the memories, the things about work, the things about play, the things about all the things, if it's visually in front of you. So do yourself a favor and create some sort of separation. I encourage everyone to employ a cell phone basket in their household. If you don't have a basket, you go to kitchen, grab a bowl. But the point is to have some sort of reminder that reminds you throughout the course of the day, if you would like to be 100% present. If that's with your loved ones, great. If that's in a board meeting, great. If that's in some other type of whatever it is, you need to sit down and do an important piece of work and you want to be 100%. You want to have 100% of your brain available to deploy for whatever that is. If your phone is on you, you are not at 100%. Have this be a reminder to say when I want to be 100%. If it's for the next hour, fine. Put your phone in the basket, create some separation, leave it outside the room. Do not have it on your person. So try this if you've not yet tried this before. Now, I'm going to launch into mistake number 3, and that is being a passenger. Okay? Being a passenger really represents unintentionally allowing our inboxes and other things, other fires that other people put in front of us, really driving our day, as opposed to we and our priorities driving our day. This one is really near and dear to my heart, but the biological reason why we are typically driven or we end up being the passenger to our day as opposed to the driver is that human beings are fundamentally wired to seek reward and avoid pain. And the reason is that human beings, for the majority of our existence, on this planet, did not have a lot of runway into knowing where we had resources, if we had safety. So for the majority of our human existence, we relied on having resources, having a mate, having safety, whatever it may be now. We don't want to wait for it in a week. We need things immediately. So what that looks like is dopamine. We are all at baseline addicts to dopamine, including myself. This is just the way the human brain operates. So this is our main reward chemical in the human brain. So your brain wants dopamine. It wants it yesterday, and it wants it for as little effort as humanly possible. So I want to introduce you all to the concept of slow versus fast dopamine. We are all going to be this rat over here to the right. We're all going to be pressing the lever for dopamine as quickly as humanly possible. As opposed to slow dopamine, which is I'm going to do a lot of work, I'm going to expend a lot of energy, put in a lot of hours, et cetera, and at the very end, I'm going to get a big old hunk of cheese. We do not want this. I do not want this. I might be lying to myself and telling myself that I can wait, to get a reward, but this is just not how human beings operate. We're going to be this route over here to the right. So how do we game for this? I want you all to think about your to-do list briefly. What on your to-do list typically gives you a sense of progress and a sense of completion for as little effort as humanly possible? For most of us, including myself, it's email. It's going to be waking up and sending and receiving messages where I feel like I'm participating, I'm making some sort of progress, but truly, typically those emails, unless they're those like big weighty emails where they in and of themselves are work products, they're not really making, big strides for me on my priority list throughout the course of the day. So I want everyone to experiment with breaking up your typical to-do list and your priority list into 2 categories based on slow versus fast dopamine. Slow dopamine translates to an MIT. MITs are your most important things, most important tasks. These are going to be the 1 to a maximum of 3 items on your priority list for the day that are going to be meaningful. You're going to, a month from now, you're going to look back and you and potentially, your boss is going to remember that got done. If you get those MITs done by the end of the day, that means today was a raging success. versus your LITs. Your LITs are your least important tasks. They need to get done. They will get done, I assure you, but they shouldn't be the thing that you prioritize first. Okay. So if you're asking yourself, oh my gosh, I'm looking at my to-do list, everything seems like an MIT. It's all important. I need it all done. Asking yourself the question, what were you hired to do? What is your unique contribution? What is the thing that you can do that nobody else can do? What is that unique expected contribution? For most of us, it's not going to be sending and receiving email as fast as humanly possible. It's going to be something else. I assure you. Sit with this for a minute. What were you, because I assure you, you can be the fastest email writer and receiver in the world, but we all know that if those big, heavy line items on the to-do list don't get done, no one's going to remember how fast you responded via email at the annual review, your performance review. Really think about your career and what's going to be game changing for your career. You look back on Friday afternoon and you're like, okay, I crushed it this week. I did the 1, 2, 3, 4 things that were the big high priority, high value, heavy weighty items, got that out of the way. Did I miss a couple emails here and there? Yeah, I got to them like a little later than I wanted, but these will make you feel better. We're gaming for dopamine here. And they will also make a bigger difference for not only your own personal productivity, but the productivity of your team and company. So takeaways for number 3, prioritize those MITs. You should not have more than 3 a day. Write them down on a piece of paper. This is what I really recommend folks do. Write them down on a piece of paper. If you have whiteboard at home, do that. And have that be the thing that you cross off the list, your to-do list at the end of the day, so that if you cross out those 3 MITs, you are cognitively done with your day. Pat yourself on the back. Stop running on the hamster wheel. You got it done. You crushed it. Congratulations. Go pour yourself a glass of wine, have some herbal tea. We're done. We're done with the day. So we don't have to keep constantly checking. Let that be the marker of success, as opposed to unintentionally, again, being the passenger. Don't let other people drive your day with their fires. You figure out what's most important. If you need to pivot because there really is a fire halfway through the day, that's totally fine. You go there, you cross it out, you're like, okay, new MIT. Fire came in, CEO needs something, whatever it may be, we're pivoting. That's absolutely fine, but that still puts you in the control seat, not somebody else. You are deciding that we're now pivoting to this other MIT. Quick win here. If you notice that you are reluctant to jump into those MITs, like most of us are, again, it's a biological thing. Nobody wants that maze situation. Quick biohack here is to take that cheese at the very end and sprinkle it throughout the maze, because you're not going to want to wait all the way to the end to get that cheese. That's just all humans behave this way. So what this really translates to is taking that MIT and making it look and feel like LITs. So making those big projects look really tiny, as easy as an email. So ask yourself, what can I do in the next 5 minutes, in the next 10 minutes to make, what's the one tiny baby step I can take so that I can slowly make my way up this mountain? But do not think cognitively about the mountain. Otherwise you're going to find that you're going to be working slower and you're going to be avoiding the task until later in the day, which is absolutely normal. But a hack around this is to just not think about the mountain, to think about just the steps that you need to take right directly in front of you. Okay. Mistake number 4 is excessive task switching. I'm not going to harp on this one too much because I know everyone is likely somewhat familiar with the fact that multitasking is a myth. It is not possible. Just like we have a finite amount of energy throughout the course of the day, which you use and you kind of spill out and you can deplete for sure, you also have a finite amount of focus throughout the course of the day. You have a finite amount of attention. You can deplete it. You will get exhausted. So knowing that you have a finite amount of attention, even at any given moment to deploy, when you feel like you're multitasking, let's say, for example, you're driving your car and you're on a call at the same time. Yes, but you're not spending 100% of your attention driving and 100% on the call. That's not possible. You're taking that 100% and you're divvying it up. You might 80-20 it, you might 50-50 it, which I call half-ass attention. But the point is you got 100%. You can't do anything about that. So you can divvy that up and deploy it as you please, but please be aware and know, accept and embrace. It's not multiple 100%, it's just one 100%. So if you're doing 2 things at once, more importantly, if your inbox is open, if you've got Slack or Teams open, oh my goodness, that's just like a big old pile of crack for the human brain. That's just a big old pile of cracked dopamine. And you're trying to focus on getting a deck together or a proposal, and that thing is just coming up with all those notifications. And let's say also your phone's out. Oh my goodness. Okay, game over. So you pay a fine every single time you make any small switch. And what that looks like is this. Switch cost is the term for it in the literature. But every single time you switch from one task, you're working on a proposal, you jump into the inbox. You go back to the proposal, you jump into the inbox again. You pay for it. This is a measurable cost. And the cost is in time, yes, as you can see in this graphic from University of Michigan, but you also pay for it in energy, because every single switch actually costs a little bit of energy for the human brain. So you're going to exhaust faster at the end of the day. Okay. These are small little adjustments we can make to our workflow. But as Michael said, there's nothing, I mean, I'm not suggesting there's no limitless pill here. The point is, what small adjustments can we make to be human first decisions and adjustments? And that will make you feel superhuman, because you're able to get more done in less time with less stress. That's always going to be the goal here. Okay. So let's talk about a couple of quick tips we can do to improve focus throughout the day so that we're not draining as much energy. Most impactful is, of course, going to be monotasking. So working on one thing at a time. And I have a methodology for that that's pioneered at Berkeley. It's called focus sprints. I'll go over all the instructions for that in just a minute. Quick wins, couple of quick wins, rapid fire. Not like the entire presentation has not been rapid fire. I'm gonna need some tea after this. Maximize your screen. You should only be looking at one thing at a time. So do not, have your inbox open, multiple screens up. Only have what you need to focus on for the task at hand open at any given time. Now, if you have what I call interruptive ideas, that means you're sitting down and you're working on a deck, and then all of a sudden you're like, are we out of paper towels? And you have that interruptive idea, or like, I need to follow up with Tom. I think he was supposed to send me something yesterday. I need to remember to do that. When you have that kind of interruptive idea, it is way too easy for us to get derailed and say, okay, let me just jump into Amazon really quick and just get that done. Or let me go and just send Tom a quick note now before I forget. If you're afraid of forgetting, which is quite natural, record those ideas in a parking lot. Everyone should have a notepad or something, a journal off to the side of their workstation, where when that interruptive idea comes up, or you just have an exciting idea, like, oh, we should do that, write it down on a piece of paper and flip it over so you can't see it. But every single time you have something, write it down and take it, put it out of sight again, so that it doesn't derail your actual goal. You are driving, remember. Just because you had an idea in the middle of the drive doesn't mean that you should completely pivot and course correct in the moment there. Next quick tip, if you are a tab hoarder like I am, and if your browser looks like this, if you have a bunch of HBR articles and a bunch of things you think you're gonna get to, it's like some random article you saw on your LinkedIn feed this morning when you were half asleep, you're like, I'm gonna read that, that looks interesting. And this is what your browser looks like, I get it, it's fine. But what you should do is actually create what's called an active and a passive window for your tabs. So what that means is, when you have an active window, it's only the tabs that you need open for the task that you're doing in that moment. So that means maybe having a spreadsheet up, 2 or 3 things up at any given time. And then you have the passive window. Now the passive window is everything else, and you're gonna minimize it so it's out of sight, out of mind. I liken this to, you got a text from a close enough friend that kind of is coming over unannounced, and they've given you, 15-minute heads up. It's like, oh, I'm in the neighborhood, I'm going to swing by. And you're like, you look around the house and it's in complete disarray. So you just take everything and then shove it all in the closet and close the door. That's pretty much what we're doing with our tabs here. We're taking all of those tabs that it's like, I'll get to it later, blah, 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 whatever, and just minimize it. Just shove it all in one window and close it down. And then have the active window where that's the only thing that you're actually seeing in that moment. The other, and this is going to be especially useful for executives, where if you are really the expert, the domain expert on your team, and folks need access to you because of the unique knowledge that you possess, create office hours every single day. Find your slump during the course of the day and say 2 to 3 p.m. is my coffee hour. Put it in your calendar. Create a Zoom link and say, find me here if you have questions, you want to just chat, things come up, as opposed to having people ping you throughout the course of the day. They're working on something like, ooh, I need something from so-and-so. Instead of coming and interrupting you immediately, they can say, oh, I know, her office hours are coming up, in like 2 hours, I'll just save it for then. And this is also a really great way, as a leader, for you to just have an opportunity, like an open door policy, but never have an open door policy all day. You pick the time, that's your open door. Close your door otherwise, okay? At least for non-urgent requests. If it's not a fire, people should not be running into your door. That is the idea here. Okay, launching in, I'm gonna go through this very quickly, but I will send out a one-pager to Lori and the rest of the Wild team to send out afterwards. Focus sprints. This is decades worth of research behind focus sprints, and it is definitely the single highest ROI productivity method. This is my bread and butter. We established this, at the team level, at the department level, at the company level, and it's a phenomenal tool for not only for an individual to get work done, but also for teams. Step number 1, set aside a block of time in the calendar. The example I'm going to go over is a 1-hour focus sprint. You can do them in 30 minutes. You can, the amount of time is agnostic. It is up to you, however much time you have. It's a method of working. It is the how of working, okay? And it's pulling from neuroscience and physiology research to really, and it's really dead simple, but if you do it and you actually follow all of the steps, you will see a massive improvement in how much you can get done and how much less energy you're utilizing to get the same amount of work done. So setting aside a block of time in the calendar. Why is this important? Well, you're communicating to the folks that can see your calendar that you've not fallen off the deep end. You're not on, Instagram on the couch. You're not gone. You are in fact doing the highest lift work that you can at that time. So if you're not immediately responsive, there's a reason for it. 2, write down what you aim to accomplish. And when I say write, I mean actually write it down. Write down what you aim to accomplish and scope it out. Why is this important? Dopamine. If everyone had an hour or 2 hours that completely magically opened up in their calendar on a random Wednesday afternoon, some meetings got canceled and you're like, oh my gosh, heck yes, I'm going to get so much important work done. And I say, okay, great. And you're like, oh, I'm going to focus sprint on this. Wonderful, lovely. And then I ask you, okay, wonderful. What are you going to get done? And then you say, I'm going to get a lot of important work done from my to-do list. Okay, great. I have a question for you. When is work done exactly? For most of us, work is never done. It's all like a treadmill. As I'm actively getting work done, more work is coming down the pipeline. So because work is never truly done, you're never going to get a hit of dopamine at the end of that work session. You're going to work your butt off for an hour or 2 straight, expending so much energy. And then what do you have to show for it at the end? You can't say, oh, now work is done, crossed off to-do list. I get dopamine. I feel good. Now I feel energized for the next hour or 2 of work. So in order to game for getting that hit of dopamine at the end, you need to actually scope out specifically and clearly what it is that what's the work outcome? What's your deliverable at the end of that hour for yourself? What do you aim to accomplish? So that you can actually cross it off that list and say, okay, now I'm done. The next is to eliminate distractions. Set yourself up for success. This is the hygiene piece we talked about. Phone, out of sight, out of mind, in another room. It's not available to you. Notifications all off. You're closed out of email. Nothing can interrupt you and interrupt your train of thought. You have your headphones in. You're listening to your music in a language you don't understand. You're set up for success. Okay. The next is to actually use a timer to focus for the duration of time. Human beings and most mammals are actually susceptible to what are called markers of progress. So if you can see a progress bar or time ticking away, you will just work much faster, okay? Human beings, and again, most mammals, it's an interesting biohack, but actually set a timer. You can buy a physical one that you can see that actually, counts down the full hour, and you'll notice that you're just work more efficiently, or you can have an electronic one via an extension that you can just download on your computer, on your browser. The last step, take a brain break. Why? When we sit down and focus intensely for an hour at a time, you're using up those glucocorticoids, those stress hormones in the brain that allow you to be alert, aroused, and focused. Okay, you use them up. You need an opportunity to make more of the good stuff. Otherwise, your next focus sprint will be far less effective and you're going to start to decrease in motivation and energy. So you need to take what I call a brain break. What is a brain break? If you think of the brain as a muscle, you need to stop using it. If you don't stop using it, that would be as silly as you have like an Olympic runner and they're like, okay, you're going to run, a 50 meter dash. That's not really a dash, a 50-meter dash. And at the end of that, in order to rest for the next 50 meters, you're going to run in place more. That's not a rest. That's not a break. We're not allowing our bodies to kind of remake those glucocorticoids again. So you have to stop processing information. No reading, no writing, no arithmetic. Those are my rules. Close your eyes. Kelly, you can go listen to the birds outside, whatever it may be, but actually stop processing information. So scrolling through LinkedIn feed is not going to be, unfortunately, even though it kind of feels like we're taking a break, doesn't count as a break, unfortunately, not for the brain. Now, I get focus sprints will sound dead simple, but I wanted to include a quote from an amazing female leader that I had the opportunity to work with and actually implement focus sprints for her and her team over at Blackhawk Genomics. I remember in the beginning, she was actually a professor in Texas before being the CEO of Blackhawk Genomics. And she told me, she's like, this sounds real simple, Sahar. Like, I don't know. I don't want to dog on it before I try it, but I don't know about this. And I was like, well, just give it a try. And at the very end, she was saying she can now sometimes do more in that 1 hour focus sprint as she used to be able to do in a disjointed, unintentional manner of working in a half day. So with that, oh my goodness, I know this is fast. We're going as fast as we possibly can. Mistake number 5, constant expenditure. What is the brain principle at play behind this mistake? Well, I'm here to tell you the hours of the day are not equal. You at 9 a.m. is not the same as you at 9 p.m. You at 2 p.m. is not the same as you at 5 p.m. We're all different. We have circadian rhythms, which means our brains are also at different levels of capacity throughout the course of the day, as painful as it is to really embrace that. Because we like to think all of us as leaders and as executives that we're making the same quality decision and we're processing the same amount of data in the same way, regardless of the time of day, but it's unfortunately not true. Remember, biology first, human first, okay? So everyone has a biological chronotype. This was the assessment that was sent out in the wild emails before, but you all can take the assessment after today. I know it's been a long day, so it'll be available afterwards as well. But every human being has what's called a biological chronotype. This is a genetic optimum of your energy profile throughout the course of the day, okay? So this dictates what your energy profile looks like, but also what the ideal time is to wake up and go to sleep. You can also use your biological chronotype to help you strategically design your day so that you can do your creative and kind of heavy cognitively intensive work at the most strategic times of day when you are actually cognitively at your best. There are 3 core types. Types 1 and 3 are relatively, obvious. AM shifted morning birds and PM shifted night owls like myself. They are the minority parts and pieces of the population. The majority of the human population is what's called biphasic, which is the second type. And that means that they have 2 major energy peaks throughout the course of the day. One is kind of mid-late morning and the other is kind of later in the afternoon. So they have a little comeback after having a very obvious afternoon slump, okay? As opposed to the AM shifted folks, they wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but then they're linearly decreasing in energy as the day kind of progresses. Now, I would encourage you all to talk to your teams, your families, about what is everyone's, chronotype. So how can we really start strategically designing the day? And the reason why I'm bringing this up, and this is, by the way, the website again, it's mychronotype.com. This is courtesy of Berkeley, and the code you can all use so that you don't have to pay for it is WILD. So go wild. All right. Why I bring this up. McKinsey ran a longitudinal study a couple of years back on exceptional executive performance, asking the question, what makes the most amazing executives so darn amazing? Well, they noticed that executives reported being 5 times more productive during their peak performance hours, okay? They also reported that most executives report being in that state of deep engagement less than 5% of the time, because meetings and life and all the things. But if you can increase that to 20%, you'd ostensibly double your productivity. That would be like you've cloned yourself and you're both working double time. That's amazing. It's like everyone's dream. That's the superhuman dream, right? But really what we can do, since we can't clone ourselves actually, is you can figure out when you're at your best. When during the course of the day, could you do the same amount of work, double the time, with making less risks, and it will feel good. You'll have less resistance to getting that work done. Figure out when that is for you and try to protect that time. That's the goal here. So the most impactful is protect maybe 1 hour in your peak performance window for the really strategic, cognitively intensive work. Because again, you might be able to do that 5 times faster. Really think about that. The ROI on that is huge. Quick win, at least know when you're at your worst. If you really reliably have an afternoon slump, that's the time to do some of that, maybe deal with random errands, whatever it may be, but there's no reason why you need to keep hitting your head against the wall when you're not feeling 100%. So know when that is and start to strategically design your day around that. Now, I wanted to mention this particular case study. I know this sounds like a lot, but it can make a big difference for your team if you start having these conversations. We recently did this 2-hour virtual offsite training, and it followed with like a 3-week, you got this MIT. So setting daily MITs and doing a couple focus sprints a week with actually an entire company called Seasoned. And we saw immediately right after that 3-week challenge of folks implementing these things, 28% average increase in individual productivity, and more importantly, 42% decrease in individuals at risk for burnout, which was huge. When you set those MITs, that becomes a marker of success. You get those MITs done, your boss will be happy with you. We're done. You need to relax. It's time to turn off and actually start moving inwards, resting, rejuvenating so that you can be 100% again the next day. All right. I will tell you though, focus sprints and MITs might fail if we don't pay attention to mistake number 6, and that is always being connected. And this is going to be even more true right now when we're all working from home. Now, the reason why human beings will naturally be inclined to make this mistake of always being connected and always being available is because human beings are pack animals and we do not want to let down our pack. We don't want to be the weakest link. We don't want to be the person who lets things slip through the cracks or answers too late. We don't want to be that, you know, the weakest chain or weakest link in the chain. We don't want that. So we're constantly asking ourselves the question, if people can't see me, how will they know I'm working? So we need to be responsive. And you might, as a leader, conversely be asking yourself, if I can't see my people, how will I know they're working? So this is also buffered by the literature here. When folks go remote, you actually see an increase in what's called hyper-responsiveness, because people, and what's called perpetual presenteeism, but that is that folks feel less secure in the number of hours they're putting in. So they end up putting in more hours, and they end up being hyper responsive, which ends up leading to an increase in burnout. So we as leaders need to be even more careful, not only for ourselves, but for our people, in really paying attention to this, because it comes from fear. And you will be, and I'm here the first person to tell you, you're going to be biologically driven to do this. It's not even a conscious choice. We want to be perpetually, it feels good, and it's going to be a natural tendency. So we as leaders need to be proactive and just say, by the way, this is a thing that everyone, including myself, is going to be naturally inclined to do. Don't. Okay. So as much as possible, we need to embrace what's called asynchronous communication, especially in this remote work from home time. So we need to embrace, like, listen, yeah, you're going to get a response maybe within the hour, but it's not going to be within 5 minutes, so that we can actually get our work done during the course of the day. So the most impactful can be creating an urgent line for others. You know, if you're comfortable with it, share your cell and say, if it is a literally red fire emergency, and define what that might be. Like, it can't wait 15 minutes. Like, you need something urgently in the next, 10 minutes, then have an emergency line so that you do not have to constantly monitor your inbox for fires. The number of CEOs and executives that I've sat down with where I watched them work, this is pre-COVID times, I would kind of come in with my stopwatch and my clipboard and kind of observe work habits for leaders. And then I would ask, I'd ask things like, so you have your email open and I notice that you're kind of constantly your eyes are darting over to it approximately every 45 seconds. Is there something we're waiting for, or is this relevant? And they're like, well, I need a monitor in case like a fire comes in. I'm like, so you're telling me if there's literally a red fire alarm for the entire business, someone's gonna email you about it as opposed to call you? And they're like, maybe. I'm like, okay, well, let's make that explicit. Have the red fires come in via phone or text. So there should be no emergencies that come in via email. Okay, that's like getting an evacuation notice or something, or an Amber Alert via email. You're not supposed to be checking that thing all the time. Emails are letters, they're messages. You check them in a batched fashion. So giving people the freedom to truly disconnect by having this clear escalation in communication. Send me an email if you need something by end of day or in the next couple hours. If you need something within the next 2 to 3 hours, then Slack me or use Teams or some other messaging system. And then if it's a red fire, I can't wait more than 10 minutes, then yes, call me and interrupt my focus sprint or whatever it may be. Now, I want everyone, this is the quick win here, is to treat your inbox like a laundry basket, okay? Just like at the end of every single day, I'm not going to go to, my washer dryer and take, this turtleneck and my outfit on a daily basis and then do a load of laundry. I'm going to put it in the laundry basket. I'm going to wait till it piles up, and then I will do a load of laundry at the end of the week or every couple of days. I want you all to treat your inboxes like that as well. You do not need to do real-time email tracking, okay? It's not a conveyor belt. So you wait until it kind of piles up, and that might be every 30 minutes, to be honest. It might be every 60 minutes. You can start conservative, but figure out what cadence makes sense to batch process it, because you will do it faster and it will feel better to your brain, okay? So, quick summary. If you want to be more productive, you want to be good to your body and to your brain so that you're not as exhausted at the end of the day, set MITs at the start of the day. What makes today a success? Focus on that. Let that be the driver. 2, do focus sprints. Use that as a methodology of work. Do a couple a week and ideally schedule them, in your peak performance window so you can get the most bang for your buck in terms of how much you can get done and how good it feels. So really leveraging your chronotype. But you can bring your phone back out briefly for a second and take a photo. This was the mychronotype.com link with the code WILD, so go WILD. If you'd like to receive more sort of research insights, we're constantly doing some more research, and we send out, sort of a once a month email with new research being done. And you can use this special LDA, superhuman link to do that. And then this is my personal email. If any questions come up that are too personal to ask on the call today, my inbox is open to you all. And I know I didn't mention this before. I know this is something that Michael knows. I am abundantly at your service. I have, my family has a long history. I lost my grandfather and soon to probably lose my father to diabetes, and I myself will likely get it myself. So I am here to try to make you all as superhuman as possible as leaders in this world, because I am selfishly tied to all of the amazing work that you all do, changing the world and helping heal folks who, suffer from diabetes. And this is something that's a daily, thing in my world, in my family. So I am here. My inbox is open. Let me know how I can be of help to you all. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing slides, and then maybe we can go into Q&A. All right. Let me see here. I'm opening up the chat.
We are all bedazzled. I mean, that was incredible how much learning you just packed in. Appreciation all around from all of us. One really important question just came in, and I know I'm not putting you on the spot because I don't think you get put on the spot. But is it all right if the leaders who are here, senior leaders here, emerging leaders here who have teams, is it all right if they share your code? Or are you supportive of that, or would you rather everybody use it for themselves and then figure out a way to invest for their team, or what?
They will be assigning activities to children that will.
I would say, since so the website doesn't fully belong to me, it belongs to some of the sleep lab researchers at Berkeley. But I would say, if you're interested in getting a code for your team, just shoot me an email. I'm going to put my email into the chat right now so that everyone has it more conveniently. And then let's see what we can do. I can definitely put folks in touch. We can make sure that you get a personal code, so you don't have to necessarily use the wild code for your team internal to your company. We could make one, for your team, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Alrighty. So if any questions, you can throw them up in the Q&A. And this is a small enough group that if you feel comfortable, you're more than welcome to just unmute and shout out a question.
I've got a quick question. Could you just repeat what the third bullet point of your summary slide was? Because for some reason my screen froze and I missed it.
The summary slide of the high level takeaways for the day? Yeah. It was to leverage your chronotype. So ideally, you have those MITs daily. What makes today a success? You do focus sprints to get those MITs done. You can also, by the way, do focus sprints to get a bunch of your LITs done. I'm a huge proponent of that. So I'll just, like that laundry basket of just like random messages and email, I'll just, I'll have a cup of coffee and I'm going to say I'm putting an hour on the clock. And my goal is to get as many emails done as possible in this hour. I'll set the benchmark at like, I need to crank through 30 of them in the next hour. And then I'm just like a little machine and then celebrate at the very end. And then the third one was ideally put those focus sprints. If they are on your MITs, do them when you're mentally at your best. So for example, I'm PM shifted, which is rather rare. Especially as a woman, women are the minority in that particular genetic bucket. But if you're PM shifted, I save all of my analytical work. Like right now, PST time right now, it's 4:30 p.m. my time. I have done nothing of note all day. I've been in calls and in meetings all day. I'm doing most of my cognitively, heavy lifting work, data analysis, etc. after 6 p.m. my time. Not every day. I mean, I have, a family to cook for and deal with, but when I can, I get through it much faster. That's all. So that's, and hopefully you're not PM shifted and you can do it, first thing in the morning, whatever it may be. Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, Shauna, thank you. All right. Any other questions? Let me see here. Okay. I see actually in the chat some things that have come up. Okay. Katie asks a really great question. Can having a pet around be helpful for focus or potentially hurtful for focus? Now, numerous studies have been able to show that pets have a phenomenal impact on cortisol levels. So you'll be less stressed, which can be very helpful. And if you don't mind, you can also talk through what your focus sprint scoping is or your MITs are with your pet. I know that sounds really silly, but I assure you there are 3 CEOs I personally work with that do this actually with their pets. They have, their dog or their cat, and they just go, okay, buddy, I'm going to do, 30 emails in the next hour. And, buddy's just happy to be there. But it can be helpful to just say it out loud and almost make a commitment even to your pet to do it. If your pet is like, I would say, high energy and is distracting you, then of course it's going to have a negative impact on your ability to focus because it's going to be an interruption. So anything that is an interruption will not be super helpful. But if you have kind of like a chill, low energy pet, it could be useful. Alrighty, let's see. What do you think about the how capacity is assessed? So real capacity, perceived capacity. Whoever asked that question, I would love to maybe get a little bit more clarity on what we mean by capacity.
Well, so I asked that question, maybe someone else did also. What I meant by it was, so what you just said about you got half an hour of email done and that was so cool. But I mean, like unless you are superhuman, so I will definitely give you that. I know all of us think that here, but I mean, you're probably getting way more questions than half an hour will get, so, or do you just, and I was also the one who put in the one about Adam Grant, and he wrote this, controversial article about you can't ignore your inbox, but I found it really refreshing what you were saying, like you just do your best, but obviously like our work is our work. But it's also probably a complicated question for someone like you or many of the leaders here.
Absolutely. My suggestion is, and I've read Adam Grant's article on it, and I agree. I mean, my work is almost, I would say at least 75% of it is an email. That's just the way the world is working currently. The point is to be intentional. If it's not, it shouldn't be real time. That's all. If it's every 30 minutes, it will still feel better. It's measurably different to know that when your email, when you've signed out of your email and there's no notifications coming in, there is an amazing amount of clarity and headspace that is created in that time. You feel liberated. And then in that 30 minutes, you're just giving yourself 20, 30 minutes without an inbox and without your phone or any notifications. You will fly through your work, even if it's 20 minutes at a time, but it will be amazing. And then get right back into it. No one's going to notice that you didn't check for 20 minutes. I assure you. That would be, and if it needs to be 15, we'll make it 15. By giving yourself tiny pockets of time when you're not in your email, we can at least start there. So if you're in your email all day, that's fine. At least pick 2 to 3 hours throughout the day where you're not in it. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm seeing a question about note taking. So yes, there is a couple of different studies to show that when you take handwritten notes, it's you're going to get more brain activation in certain areas that will be relevant not only for focus, but also memory. It just becomes a lot more salient to your brain when you write with your hand as opposed to type. And I always say, please don't ask me why, because there's no answer to that question. Yeah, wonderful science, right? We don't know the why. The best hypothesis that anyone has come up with is that we've been using our hands to write much longer than we've been doing this, with our fingertips. So maybe in 3,000 more years, we're going to see the same amount of neural activation with typing as we do for writing. But currently, right now, it is not the case. So I really urge folks to write down those MITs with your hand so that at the end of the day, by the way, this is actually my MIT list for the day. You can rip it off, crumple it, and throw it away. You get a clean slate every day. Don't carry the burden of all, don't look at, a project management tool and you just see this like intense pantry of items that you're like, holy crap, that's a lot of stuff. Just pick 2 or 3 things and then from your project management system and write it down and then refer to that. And at the end of the day, clean slate. We're not worrying about that anymore. Someone is asking what I think about meditation apps like Calm. I think that meditation, there's literally decades worth of research to show the positive benefits of meditation, not only for leadership, but of course also for productivity and also maintaining mental health and cognitive performance actually later in life. So it's one of the best ways that you can actually stave off cognitive decline as we all age. So meditation is great. You don't need to shave your head and move to a mountainside to do it. I love Headspace. I think it's a great one. Calm is also a phenomenal one. I would definitely encourage you all to incorporate that throughout the course of the day. Let's see here. I'm also getting a question on caffeine. Best times to have coffee, not first thing in the morning. So if you like to have coffee first thing in the morning, opt for decaf because it takes about 45 minutes to an hour for your body to actually make the glucocorticoids, like adrenaline, cortisol, etc., to be alert and focused and to truly wake up. So if you're not AM shifted, just jump out of bed and you opt for coffee first thing, again, do the decaf, and in 45 minutes, your brain and your body will have made the necessary hormones to get you fully alert, and then save that cup of coffee for that mid-morning slump if you have it. So right before lunch, so around 10 a.m. is typically the most ideal time to actually have caffeine, so that if you've been working for a couple of hours, you're starting to get tired, it keeps your energy still maintained high until lunch, and then you can have another cup of caffeine tea, whatever it may be, if you opt for that sort of thing, after lunch, so typically around 1 or 2 p.m. And then I definitely wouldn't recommend it any later than that, especially if you have trouble with sleep. Last question I'm going to go over, just because this one is really important, is on sleep in and of itself. And that is, if you have trouble sleeping at night, get out of bed. 15 minutes is as much time as you should spend trying to fall asleep with your head on the pillow at night in the evenings. If you're awake still, 15 minutes in, and you're starting to think about a bunch of things, you're thinking about strategy, you're thinking about your to-do list tomorrow, what happened today, etc., and you're worrying about things, you have to remove yourself from the bedroom. Go sit on the couch in the dark in your living room until you actually feel sleepy, and then re-enter the bedroom. The reason why goes back to the associations, the cognitive associations that I mentioned in the beginning. Think about what associations you're allowing your brain to build with your bed. You should be only doing 2 things in bed, and that's sleep or sex. Realistically, like, I'm a biologist, so I feel like I can say that. But those are the only 2 things that are allowed in your bed. If you're doing anything else, you're allowing yourself to ruminate, to strategize, to watch TV, to read, and you're also having trouble sleeping, you can do yourself a favor by eliminating any other behaviors in the bed, so that when your head hits the pillow at night, it knows what's up. It knows exactly what to expect. And it's only one thing, and that is sleep. Same thing with the library. We don't walk into a library and go, oh, am I supposed to be dancing? Is this the part where I start making pasta? It's like, no. There's only one really thing that you do in a library, and that's, work, read. You're quiet. It's expected. So you're very clear about what happens in bed. Okay, and I will shut up here. We can move to breakouts. Thank you all so much. You've been such a great audience.
Thank you so much, Sahara. So thumbs up.
Thank you. And thank you to all of those of you who've powered through our incredible agenda. On behalf of Kelly and Kira and I and Close Concerns and our founding sponsors, Avid Diabetes Care and Novo Nordisk, I just want to say we're so grateful for your time and your ideas.